Chapter 3070. The true inheritance dark sword was unleashed. Hearing that anxious voice, all the elders were stunned. In fact, after the Azura god descended, they had already given up. They knew that they would definitely die, but who knew that Lin Ling was still fighting? Attack! However, the elders also knew that there was no time to lose, so they all used their remaining strength. It had to be said that when a person was on the brink of death, their potential was indeed terrifying. The 9 saints were actually able to block the green flame snake for a short period of time. What terrifying power! However, despite this being the case, those elders still spoke one after another, knowing that they might not be able to last an incense stick of time. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they realized that Lin Ling had disappeared. This sudden turn of events caused their jaws to drop. He has already escaped. All of you have become scapegoats. On the contrary, Yen Nan's excited laughter rang out, causing those old men to come to their senses. Could it be that Lin Ling knew that the great calamity was approaching, so he ordered them to fight with their lives on the line while he himself escaped? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with a bitter taste. They were incomparably dejected. The Azura god, unless one's karma is exhausted, only then can one be reborn. Because of this face, it is called Avicii. The Azura hell, roughly speaking, is nothing. But right at this moment, boundless light shone from above the chaos. Amidst the boundless light, a sword descended from the sky in a dazzling and mysterious manner. It's Lin Ling. The elders were still resisting Yen Nan's power, but at this moment, they all looked up and saw a swordsman in the void. It was as if a sword demon from the era of the gods had descended from the sky. This scene shocked their hearts, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Because that was Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't run. He had also made a move, and he was the last to make a move. Interesting. Yen Nan was still disdainful, but when he recalled the voices in the sky, his eyes immediately changed. Because those voices were talking about the Tao of the Azura Divine Fist. How could this be? The voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. How could Lin Ling know about the Azura Divine Fist? One must know that this mysterious martial art was taught to him by his master. His master even said that no one in the 9 continents knew about it except for the underworld. Watch me break you. At the same time, a sharp sound came from the sky. A sword was descending. In your dreams. Yama couldn't care less about the shock in his heart. He raised his head to the sky and roared, activating his innate ability. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. Crackle. However, at this moment, the world of plants appeared. Black vines that filled the sky instantly grew, filling the chaotic space with black vines. They actually tied up the Azura snake behind Yen Nan. Of course, this also made Yen Nan laugh disdainfully. How could his talent be suppressed so easily? Little Kunlun, draw talent. However, just as Yen Nan smiled, a mysterious force came crashing down on him, causing him to realize that his talent had been sealed. He couldn't help but look at those black vines in shock, as if he wanted to know what kind of divine item they were. Yen Nan, is this all that your master taught you? You've brought shame to my name. At the same time, a sword shot out. The Azura snake happened to be tied up by the black vines, so the sword shot cleanly between the Azura snake's eyes, and even directly pierced through. Rumble. The Azura snake's eyes seemed to be its weak point. The sword went from the snake's head to the snake's tail. Then, the huge Azura snake exploded. The scene was extremely spectacular. Yen Nan was forced to retreat as blood continued to spurt out from his mouth. This kid's technique is too powerful. As for the elders of the Cloud Saint ground, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at the blue-robed young man floating in the sky as if they were looking at the arrival of a peerless sword god. With the strength of a martial immortal, it was impossible for him to break through the technique of a 5th-level half-saint. Yen Nan spurted out another mouthful of blood. He looked at Lin Ling in shock and asked, "How did you know my technique?" "It's just luck." Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He held his sword at a slanted angle and said indifferently, "It's just luck?" Previously, when Lin Ling injured Yen Nan, Yannan thought that Linling was just lucky. Moreover, he felt that a person's luck wouldn't be good forever. However, Linling had just told him that Linling's luck was just that good. Good. No wonder you could kill Junior Ling Bao and the others. You do have some skills. It seems like I have to use my true strength. Yannan was so angry that he started to laugh and nodded his head continuously. He had not been able to kill Linling in a row today. If he were to return to his master would definitely reprimand him and even give him a resounding slap. Moreover, he would no longer have any face in the heavenly court. To be able to force me to this extent, you are the first person in the martial immortal realm. You should be proud. You should be proud. After he shook his head, his hand touched the sword on his waist. Suddenly, an endless amount of brilliance appeared. The brilliance formed into rays of light that shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire chaotic universe. The true inheritance nether sword, the sword of my master, martial god Qilin. To be able to die by the sword, what else do you have left unsatisfied? Yannan slowly pulled out the sword. The sword aura that could break the 9 provinces and shatter the mountains erupted wildly. The moment the sword appeared, the sword was so dazzling that it caused the elders of the Cloud Holy Land to squint their eyes. Only the buzzing sound of the sword could be heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Their cheeks seemed to have been cut by the wind, revealing the sword's scars. After a while, they looked up and saw that the chaotic universe had been cut into pieces by the sword. Moreover, this was the state where the sword had yet to be drawn. The sword of martial god Qilin of the heavenly court? Linling, hurry up and leave. We will block him for you. After regaining their senses, the elders began to speak one after another. This sword was definitely a sword that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. However, when their eyes fell on Linling, their pupils violently trembled. In the chaotic universe, the blue robe fluttered in the wind. His long hair was filled with battle intent. It was as if the blue-robed young man was the only one in the chaotic universe. He was incomparably dazzling. The young man didn't run away. Instead, he revealed a ferocious battle intent. He stretched out one hand and the dragon god burned around him. Then he pulled out his left hand and a 2-meter-long giant bow made of dragon bones appeared. As soon as the bow appeared, 10,000 dragons roared. This guy. The elders couldn't help but admit defeat. Although the bow was extraordinary, they didn't think that it could block Yannan's sword. Therefore, they thought that Linling was crazy. Chapter 3071. Snatch the sword. Yannan was also surprised by Linling's perseverance. However, he still reprimanded Linling as if he was a senior. Moreover, his right hand had already unsheathed his sword. The chi of true darkness filled the air, making him look as if he was holding the most dazzling sword in the world. I'll kill anyone from the heavenly court that I see. However, Linling also drew his bow. His face was cold and emotionless. Martial god Qilin was revered and respected. Was he a saint? The reason he was where he was today was because he betrayed Li Xiaoyao. Now that Linling was here to collect his debt, the heavenly court thought that he was cruel? Since that was the case, there was no need for the heavenly court to give him any face. Linling, right? Very good, very good. I can't help but admire your courage. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. Bang, bang. The void suddenly exploded as Yannan charged forward with his sword. Crack. Wherever he passed, the surrounding void was sliced open, and cracks appeared like spider webs. He's dead. Linling definitely won't be able to block that sword. That sword can probably kill a mid-half saint. Bang. Why is Linling so stupid? Bang. Linling, leave quickly. We'll block him for you. Bang. The eyes of the elders of the Cloud Saint Ground were red as they cried out anxiously. Linling was the ruler of Qing Province. Moreover, he was young and had extraordinary potential. He represented the pride of Qing Province and was the most promising junior to become the god of Qing Province. Therefore, the saints of the Cloud Saint Ground did not want Linling to die here. They even blamed Linling for being so stupid as to fight a 5th Heaven Half-Saint expert head-on. This was simply too arrogant. I have my reasons for not retreating. Bang. However, Lin Ling had already started to draw the Calamity Destroyer bow. He roared, his voice filled with unprecedented determination. If you don't retreat, then die. Bang. Yen Nan swung his right arm and silently chanted the sword control mantra. The sword was drawn as if it was a true inheritance. He wanted to sacrifice Lin Ling to the sword. Bang. The sword pierced through Lin Ling's chest. Even the chaos behind Lin Ling was pierced. Lin Ling. Bang. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the old men from the Cloud Saint Land changed drastically. Hee, this is what you get for going against my master. Today, I will use my sword to kill you on behalf of my master. Bang. Yen Nan still maintained his sword stance and the smile on his face was extremely ferocious. You are not qualified to use this sword. Bang. At this moment, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he lifted his head and looked at Yen Nan with determination. What a joke! How could a mere ant like you know the origins of this sword? Bang. When he heard this, Yen Nan laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with disdain. Do you understand the sorrow of the sword? Bang. Do you understand the helplessness of the sword? Bang. If the person who holds the sword does not understand the soul of the sword, then he is not qualified to hold the sword. Bang. Lin Ling's eyes were calm. His voice was like thunder. The dazzling sword emitted a strange light as if it understood Lin Ling's words. Under the invasion of Lin Ling's blood and soul, the sword began to tremble as if it was trying to break free from something. Yen Nan did not know any of this. He did not even know that Lin Ling had been baiting him to draw the sword. This was because the sword belonged to Li Xiaoyao. Using Li Xiaoyao's sword to kill Li Xiaoyao was impossible. Let me tell you, you little ant. There are a total of 18 true inheritance dark swords. They were left behind by the gods. During the post-gods era, my master, martial god Qilin, wandered the land of gods and conquered the 18 true inheritance dark swords. Everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures knows about this. Yen Nan laughed and said disdainfully, how dare a person who was about to die talk about swords in front of him? He did not know what was good for him. Ha! Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was arrogant and mocking, shameless. Sword, come out now. Lin Ling looked down at the true inheritance dark sword and shouted in a low voice. You dog, you can't even close your eyes when you are about to die? Yen Nan laughed coldly when he saw this. Sword, come out? Does Lin Ling think that he is martial god Qilin? In the land of the 9 prefectures, the only person who could control the true inheritance dark sword was his master. Even he could not do it. Therefore, his master told him that he could control the true inheritance dark sword. According to his master, when the 18 swords of the true inheritance dark sword were combined, they could even kill a god. It was a treasure that surpassed supreme weapons. You little ant, you don't know what it means to be strong. Yen Nan shook his head in disdain. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt the sword tremble and let out a deafening cry. His arm began to lose its balance. A strong murderous aura enveloped him. The sword seemed to want to kill him. How can this be? The murderous aura was so terrifying that Yen Nan could not bear to let go of the sword. He retreated and his eyes were filled with suspicion. Suddenly, he stared at Lin Ling and an unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. It made his heart turn cold. Yen Nan, you said that I am a little ant and that I don't know anything about swords. But why is this sword trying to kill you now? The sword slowly floated out of Lin Ling's chest as if it had a life of its own. What did you do? You piece of trash. Yen Nan was infuriated when he saw this. This was a sword that his master had temporarily given to him. If it was snatched away by someone else, his master would definitely kill him. Furthermore, Lin Ling didn't have the divine words to control the divine sword. Why didn't the sword kill him? You will never understand what I did. If your master were here, he would have the right to know. Lin Ling did not explain anything. With a thought, the dazzling sword floated above his head. Yen Nan's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Lin Ling can really control this divine sword. After all, Lin Ling had mocked him for not knowing anything about the sword. At that time, he'd treated Lin Ling like a dog and barked madly, and he couldn't be bothered to explain himself at all. Because he felt that Lin Ling and he were from two different worlds. He was a saint while Lin Ling was an ant that was like a dog. But now, the sword had appeared on its own and was even controlled by Lin Ling. This change did not mean that he, Yen Nan, was far from being able to understand swords. He was the real ant. Die. Ignoring Yen Nan's shock, Lin Ling gently released the dragon bow in his hand. The heavenly dragon's protection, good karma increases by the day. A dragon roared and opened its mouth in anger, shooting towards Yen Nan. Lin Ling, you can do it. This reversal of the situation caused all the elders in the distance to become excited. Usher's Jade Snake Fist. Seeing the terrifying sword shooting towards him, Yen Nan did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, his talent was the desolate body. Although it was sealed by Mini Kunlun, it was quickly recovered. Rumble. His fist transformed into a huge green flame snake and collided with the dragon god's arrow. This kid is full of secrets. The power of this arrow is beyond my imagination. But after the collision, Yen Nan's heart was pounding. Chapter 3072. The battle between the gods was nothing more than this. Kakaka. Yen Nan's arrow had been blocked. After all, Yen Nan was a sage at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. Lin Ling, I'll kill you today. Yen Nan's confidence was greatly boosted when he realized this. You are not qualified. Hearing this, Lin Ling coldly spat out, I'll let you see what a true inheritance of the dark sword is. Lin Ling's eyebrows twitched as the divine sword that was floating above his head shot towards Yen Nan, piercing through the void. The power of the attack caused Yen Nan's eyes to widen. Not only had Lin Ling stolen his sword, he had even taken control of it. A sword pierced through his chest, seriously injuring him. Then, an arrow from the calamity-destroying bow pierced through his neck. A figure floated down from the void of the universe. Yen Nan, the disciple of martial god Qilin, a sacred master who had founded the sect, had been defeated. In the chaos of the universe, there was only silence. The saints from the cloud sacred land were completely silent. They never imagined that Lin Ling's combat strength would be so terrifying when he unleashed his full strength. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. However, at this moment, a weak voice drifted out, causing the elders to realize that Yen Nan was still alive even though he had sustained such heavy injuries. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. They knew that the latter was from the heavenly court. If they couldn't stop him, then Qing State and even Lin Ling would be in great trouble. If I, Yen Nan, want to leave, no one can stop me. Boom. The void exploded, and countless ASU green flames sputtered out. By the time everything dissipated, Yen Nan had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Seeing that, those old men all started to curse out angrily. They were feeling extremely unreconciled. Half-step Saint Realm, his strength is indeed impressive. However, Yen Nan is too optimistic. After being hit by the heavenly dragon's arrow, his past, present, and future will all be destroyed. However, Lin Ling smiled and said faintly, Is what you said true? Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. It must be true. Let's leave this place first. Seniors, thank you for your help earlier. However, the heavenly court is my, Lin Ling's, archenemy, so I cannot return to the cloud holy ground. However, I promise you that in the future, as long as seniors say the word, I, Lin Ling, will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Lin Ling bowed to the crowd. If it weren't for them today, he, Lin Ling, would definitely not be Yen Nan's opponent. Furthermore, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to escape if it had been another expert at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. The reason why he was able to defeat the half-saint realm expert was because he was familiar with the half-saint realm expert and the dark sword inheritance. It could be said that if Li Xiaoyao were to fight Lin Ling, unless he was in the saint realm, Lin Ling would be able to defeat him one by one. Go! Today's battle has moved us. Your future potential is boundless. Staying in the cloud holy land would be burying you. That's right. Although we really want you to accompany us, we don't want to hold you back. Lin Ling go. In the future, let us hear your name in the 9 prefectures. If you have the chance to come back to the Qing prefecture, just come and visit us. The old men smiled in relief. It was as if they could see the successor of the Cloud Holy Land rising in the 9 prefectures. Hearing these words, Lin Ling's blood boiled. He had only met these seniors once, but they treated him so well. This moved him greatly. I won't disappoint you. In the future, you will definitely be able to hear my name, Lin Ling, in any corner of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling bowed deeply to the crowd and took a big step forward, heading into the distance. What a proud kid. I like it. Let's go. The old men looked at each other and laughed heartily. Thinking back to the previous battle, they were extremely excited. Even though Lin Ling was the one who had defeated Yan Nan, they had also contributed a portion of their strength. Furthermore, they had also contributed to defeating a sage who was at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. This was undoubtedly a kind of honor and a kind of pride. In the chaotic universe, the storm was still rolling. In a distant place, many cultivators were trembling in fear as they looked into the distance. A battle between the gods is nothing more than this. Who was that blue-robed young man? He was so fierce. Such an expert is someone we can only look up to for the rest of our lives. The cultivators spoke one after another, their eyes filled with admiration. In the chaotic universe, powerful strength was the foundation of a cultivator's admiration. Therefore, the blue-robed young man was not only someone they could look up to, but also someone they could chase for the rest of their lives. At this moment, in a certain ethereal palace in the 9 prefectures, an old man had his left hand behind his back. His right hand was sprinkling spirit seeds to feed a red-crowned crane. From afar, this scene was extremely ethereal. But soon the old man frowned. Honored master. Not long after, a haggard figure rushed into the palace and knelt down on one knee in front of the old man. Yan Nan, what happened? The old man glanced at the person in front of him and asked in a low voice. Lin Ling injured me. He has a godly bow and his strength is extremely terrifying. I'm not his match for now. The man looked at the old man anxiously and finally said, What? Didn't I give you the true inheritance, the dark sword? Honored master, this sword has been taken by Lin Ling. Silence. When the man's last words floated out, the old man was instantly stunned. The spirit seeds in his hand that he was feeding the red-crowned crane unconsciously fell to the ground. However, just as he was about to ask about the process, the man in front of him suddenly cried out in pain. His eyes flashed with a golden Buddhist seal. Honored master, save me. The man's body began to emit a golden light as if he was being burned to death by the sun. Dragon Clan's 8 divine powers. The old man cried out in alarm. By the time he wanted to save the man, it was too late. This made him stunned on the spot. Veins popped out on his forehead. His disciple was dead, and he died right in front of his eyes. As for the murderer, it was Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling do this on purpose? Did he let his disciple come back and humiliate him like this? Most importantly, this was the 3rd disciple to die in Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, who are you? The old man muttered to himself. Previously, he had wanted to ask Yan Nan how Lin Ling had managed to seize his sword. Unfortunately, Yan Nan had died before he could say anything. This had filled the old man's heart with questions. Could it be that someone helped him? 9 States 10 Vicious? Fuheng Manor? Or the Flying Dragon Organization? He kept making guesses, guessing all of his enemies. Unfortunately, he missed out on Li Xiaoyao. Everyone in the heavenly court, listen up. Search the entire 9 states and find this Lin Ling. On this day, all the members of the heavenly court in the 9 states received the martial god's order. The name Lin Ling was deeply engraved in the hearts of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, the 9 states was vast and boundless. Wanting to find Lin Ling was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, the spirit state welcomed a handsome young man. He wore a long blue robe and his face was filled with exhaustion. He was Lin Ling. When he landed on the spirit state, Lin Ling looked at the distant sky and finally headed toward the plains. He had a feeling that the heavenly court had turned out in full force to find him, Lin Ling. Chapter 3073. Spirit State's Illusion God Sect Plop. However, Lin Ling had only taken a few steps when he felt the world spinning around him. His entire body fell to the ground. Previously, he had already suffered heavy injuries from the battle with the sage-to-be sage. Coupled with the fact that he had hurried over, he naturally collapsed from exhaustion. After falling into a deep sleep, Lin Ling felt his entire body relax. Ever since he started learning martial arts, he had rarely rested and had always been fighting. This time, he finally had a good rest. After an unknown amount of time, angry shouts rang in his ears. At the same time, warm sunlight shone down, causing Lin Ling's slender eyelashes to flutter slightly. Finally, he opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was an ancient wooden house. There was only a bed, a table, and a chair in the house. It looked extremely simple. Where is this? Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He was currently being targeted by the entire heavenly court. If he was caught by the heavenly court, he would not be able to fight back with his current strength. You're awake. However, at this moment, a surprised voice rang out. Soon after, two figures walked in. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and had a similar temperament to Sakura. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old and had a 70% appearance. Their strength was at the true god realm. Seeing this, Lin Ling quietly hid his cultivation and asked, "Where is this?" The man and woman's cultivation was not as high as Lin Ling's, so naturally, they could not see through Lin Ling's cultivation. The woman smiled and said, "This is the illusion god sect in the spirit state." Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart relaxed. Luckily, this was the spirit state. This meant that he was not far from the tantric sect. You've rested for 3 months. Along the way, my father also came to see you. However, he could not see any injuries on you. Luckily, you're awake now. Go and tell father. The two of them smiled and said enthusiastically, "No need." Lin Ling stood up and looked at the two swords beside the bed. Then, he carried them on his back. Of course, he was surprised that the tyrannical Song sword and the true inheritance dark sword were not taken away. "Where are you going?" Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the two of them spoke up. "Thank you for the past 3 months. If anything happens in the spirit province, tell them my name, Lin Ling." Lin Ling didn't plan to stay any longer and strode away. His words left the two people dumbfounded. "Brother, is he stupid?" "Well, I'm not too sure either. I feel like he just woke up. I'm afraid he's still not fully awake." The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly chased after him. They clearly did not take Lin Ling's previous words to heart. If anything happened in the spirit province, just tell them Lin Ling's name. How domineering was that? However, if the person who said it was someone from the two sects, they might have believed it. But it was a mere youth. They didn't have the courage to believe it. Outside the room, the charming sunlight fell on Lin Ling's body, causing him to reveal a faint smile. He looked around and discovered that there was a huge square not far from the room. A large number of youths were practicing martial arts. Some were sitting cross-legged, while others were comprehending the ultimate martial Tao. Some were strong, some were weak. Some were true immortals, and some were world kings. And this was clearly a sect. Looking at these youths, Lin Ling felt a long-lost feeling. Not long ago, he was like these youths, full of vigor and fighting spirit. Qi Yang, the illusion god sect's large competition is about to begin. How has your strength increased? Are you still comprehending those trash martial arts? At this time, a voice came from the front. Then, several figures walked over. Gu Mingjun, the illusion god sect's large competition is in a year. Don't be too proud now. Behind Lin Ling, the man and woman from before also walked over. It could be seen that they were brother and sister. Trash, trash. Ha, if you're not senior brother Gu's match now, how could you not be trash in a year's time? Seeing this, the people around the youth laughed mockingly. They didn't give the brother and sister any face. Qi Yang, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but your sect has indeed declined. Let me tell you, it's impossible for you to surpass me. My goal is to become a disciple of one of the 10 great sections. I'm not someone you can look up to. As for the youth, he proudly said with his hands behind his back. His words caused the man and woman to grit their teeth, but they didn't dare to say anything. In the spirit province, all the geniuses had the goal of becoming a disciple of one of the 10 great sections. The 10 great sects were the super sects of the 2 sections. Being able to enter one of them meant having a meteoric rise. Unfortunately, the spirit province was boundless and filled with geniuses. It was extremely difficult to enter one of the 10 great sects. And right now, Gu Mingjun was one of the most promising geniuses of the illusionary god sect. Hearing their words, Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he inwardly shook his head. These people were all proud of becoming a disciple of one of the 10 great sects, but Lin Ling's luck was pretty good. He had already become a disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings. The difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Of course, their strength couldn't compare to Lin Ling, so this was normal. Without any intention of stopping, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. Stop, were you shaking your head before? Do you think I'm not qualified to enter one of the 10 great sects? But at this moment, Gu Mingjun narrowed his eyes and spoke. His words were directed at Lin Ling. He had heard of Lin Ling before. 3 months ago, he was saved by the Qiyang siblings in the plains. However, he looked very ordinary. The only thing that piqued Gu Mingjun's interest was that this youth was related to the Qiyang siblings. Even Qi Yu of the Qiyang siblings seemed to take care of this youth, which made him jealous. This was because he had been pursuing Qi Yu, but the latter had always ignored him. Kid, senior brother Gu asked you a question. The others also spoke out one after another. In the square, everyone stopped practicing martial arts and watched this scene. I have no interest in whether you enter one of the 10 great sects or not. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and said indifferently. His words were earth-shattering. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would soften a little or be unyielding and not fear senior brother Gu. But who knew that Lin Ling would neither soften nor confront him directly? Instead, he used a cold tone to speak, and that tone was one of disregard. Crazy! Many people secretly said. Kid, are you courting death? Gu Mingjun didn't expect Lin Ling to ignore him. What? You want to attack me? You're still too weak. If you attack, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he spoke. He didn't even bother to stay there. It was as if he was in an ancient well and watching a group of toads croak. He really didn't want to croak with these toads and see whose voice was louder. This was the reason for his worldview. What? What? However, the moment Lin Ling's words fell, there were even more exclamations. Chapter 3074. You'd better be prepared. With your strength, I can deal with you in one move. Out of respect for Elder Qi, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Kneel down and I'll forgive you. Gu Mingjun said. I'll also give you a chance. Get out of my sight and I'll forgive you. Forgive me. But who knew that Lin Ling would also say disdainfully, wait, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. Why don't you apologize? Forgive me. Qi Yu quickly tried to smooth things over. She pulled Lin Ling's arm and said, don't offend him. He's one of the strongest geniuses in our sect. If you offend him, you'll be in trouble. Forgive me. Qi Yu, you don't need to plead for him. Today, I won't give anyone face. Forgive me. Looking at Qi Yu pulling Lin Ling's arm, Gu Mingjun's heart burned with jealousy. He stared at Lin Ling and said, you're just a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Be careful. Be careful, I'll stop him. You leave quickly. Forgive me. Seeing that Gu Mingjun was about to attack, Qiyang took a big step forward and arrived in front of Lin Ling. Gu Mingjun, do you really have to attack an ordinary person? Don't you feel ashamed? Forgive me. At the same time, he looked at Gu Mingjun and said, leave quickly. My big brother will stop him. Forgive me. Qi Yu whispered to Lin Ling, her words causing Lin Ling to shake his head. Since Qi Yu wanted him to leave, he might as well leave. after which he left in large strides. His decisiveness caused the crowd to laugh endlessly. This young man was indeed a coward. Qi Yu was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so decisive. Her impression of Lin Ling instantly dropped. As for Qi Yang, he helplessly shook his head. Of course, he knew that the reason why Lin Ling was targeted by Gu Mingjun was because of him. With Gu Mingjun's strength, he wouldn't want to teach a stranger a lesson for no reason. Qi Yang, if you want to protect him, then let's see if you have the strength. Come, let me see your soul martial arts. Gu Mingjun took a step forward, surging with his realm essence. In an instant, he sent out more than 100 million fingers. It was extremely powerful. The god of illusions. Seeing this, Qi Yang also made his move. Dust rose around his body and moved without any wind. Then an illusion of heaven and earth appeared, causing a large number of Qi Yangs to be born in the square. It was so colorful and dazzling that it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Soul martial arts? This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling's footsteps to suddenly stop, and his eyes flickered. The reason he didn't plan to stay behind was because he knew that one had to suffer some setbacks on the path of martial arts. Therefore, he didn't interrupt the battle between Qi Yang and Gu Mingjun. But now, he discovered that Qi Yang was actually proficient in soul force martial arts, and his soul force was not weak, in the range of 2,000 steps. This illusionary god sect is truly something. Lin Ling was curious. His soul force had always been the strongest. It was a pity that he hadn't found a powerful soul martial art, so it was a bit of a waste. But now, he was looking forward to the martial arts of the illusion god sect. Illusion god sect? Could it be one of the 100 great bloodlines, the bloodline of the illusion god? This was an expert from the era of gods. Qi Yang used a soul martial art again. Alas, he's still so stubborn. That's right. In today's path of martial arts, boundary essence is the foundation. Soul martial arts are nothing. They're the most unique and useless bloodline in the illusion god sect. At this moment, there was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. It could be seen that the illusion god sect had many bloodlines, and soul cultivation was one of them, but it wasn't favored. It's still the same old method. What's the use of it? Gu Mingjun was naturally disdainful, and his 10,000 fingers pierced out. Bang, bang, bang. On the square, the clones all exploded like illusions. Then, a figure spat out blood and crashed to the ground. Qi Yu cried out in alarm and ran over. Big brother! Big brother! You broke my soul martial art again. Why is it like this? On the ground, Qi Yang ignored his sister and looked at Gu Mingjun with unwillingness. It's simple. Because I can't see through your soul martial art, I just need to explode it. You're hiding in it, so naturally, you'll be hit by me. Gu Mingjun strode forward proudly. Damn it, if my soul martial art could reach a higher level, I could block your attack, and you wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Hearing this, Qi Yang smashed his fist on the ground, feeling even more unreconciled. Big brother. Qi Yu's beautiful eyes were moist. Looking around, everyone's eyes were full of disdain. The three from the Qi family were very stubborn. They refused to cultivate the boundary essence Tao and insisted on cultivating soul martial arts, which led to their decline. In fact, the illusionary god sect had always cultivated soul martial arts. However, a long time ago, they had reached a bottleneck and found it difficult to break through. This caused the entire sect to give up on soul martial arts and follow the masses to cultivate the great Tao of world origin. Until now, only the three from the Qi family had not given up on soul martial arts. 1 year later, you want to surpass me with your strength? Gu Mingjun didn't plan on letting Qi Yang go. He walked up to Qi Yang and raised his foot. Gu Ming, you dare. Seeing this, Qi Yu shouted. If you agree to my pursuit, we'll be a family from now on. Your elder brother will also be my elder brother. If you're still stubborn, then you'll be my opponent. I never show mercy to my opponents, Gu Mingjun said as he looked at Qi Yu. After he finished speaking, he stomped heavily on Qi Yang. Qi Yu was furious, but seeing that her elder brother was about to suffer, she couldn't help but say, "I agree." However, before she finished speaking, a foot suddenly arrived and kicked Gu Mingjuan's knee. Bang! A muffled sound rang out instantly. Gu Mingjun felt pain in his knee, and he started to stumble backwards. "It's you." The Qi siblings were shocked when they saw who it was. That was because the person who came was Lin Ling. "You sneak attacked me?" Gu Mingjuan's knee was still in pain, but he looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, "I suddenly don't want to leave, so I'm going to interfere in your matter. I'll give you a chance to get away from me." Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Gu Mingjun was so angry that he laughed. "Looks like you don't understand human language. Then I can only use violence to solve this. Listen carefully. After one move, if you don't fall, I, Lin Ling, will immediately turn around and leave." Lin Ling shook his head and began to walk forward. "You'd better be prepared. I'm going to attack." There was no fluctuation of realm energy on his body. He looked very ordinary. This caused the entire square to fall silent. Was this young man an idiot? Did he want to fight against senior brother Gu with his physical body? Moreover, he actually reminded senior brother Gu? Be careful. Chapter 3075. Arrogant and Rude. Previously, when Lin Ling said that he was going to make a move, they were looking forward to it. Could it be that Lin Ling was a hidden expert? But in the next moment, they saw Lin Ling walk over without any talent, boundary energy, or martial arts. Therefore, they thought that Lin Ling was a fool. "I don't want to waste my time talking to trash like you. If you fall into my hands, I won't be surnamed Gu if I don't do something to you." Bang! Gu Mingjun thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but now he knew that he was overthinking things. Boom! He took a step forward, and a powerful martial art burst out. This caused the plaza to erupt in cheers. Qi Yang and his sister were extremely nervous. Gu Mingjun was a late-stage true immortal realm expert. He was one of the top geniuses in the illusion god sect. How could someone like Lin Ling block him so easily? Unfortunately, a true immortal realm expert? This was also the reason why Lin Ling didn't want to make a move. Because he was too weak. Bang! There was no need to use martial arts. Lin Ling lightly punched out. Crack, crack, crack. All of Gu Mingjuan's boundary energy was shattered. A fist smashed into Gu Mingjuan's stomach, causing him to bend over like a shrimp. "I told you to be ready, but you didn't listen." Lin Ling looked at Gu Mingjun with disdain. He raised his right leg high and chopped down like a battle axe. His hands were behind his back, and he was as calm as the wind. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Even the Qi siblings kept rubbing their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrongly. "Stop!" However, at this moment, a furious roar resounded, like thunder rumbling on the ground. However, Lin Ling didn't turn around. He had already sensed that the person who came was a third-stage half-saint expert. However, he wasn't afraid of such a cultivation. Bang! His foot stomped down again. Gu Mingjun, the genius of the illusion god sect, was stomped to the ground, and a spider web appeared on the ground. "You're one step too slow." At the same time, Lin Ling slowly turned around and said, Far away in the square, an old man wearing a neat robe finally arrived. He frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Bang! However, Lin Ling smiled and stepped on Gu Mingjuan's body again. He said indifferently, "No one has ever been able to attack me and come out unscathed. So, I'm very sorry." These words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The illusionary god sect was shocked. Lin Ling's tyranny over Gu Mingjun was already shocking, but Lin Ling was also this arrogant when facing the current sect master of the illusion god sect? He simply doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Even the old man was stunned, and the corners of his mouth curled into an angry smile. "Senior brother, this has nothing to do with him." However, at this moment, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man arrived, causing the Qi siblings to hurriedly shout, "Father!" The middle-aged man waved his hand and looked at Lin Ling in shock. This youth was saved by his son. In the past 3 months, he had roughly examined him and found that this youth had some soul force, but his strength was somewhat mysterious. He seemed very strong, but when he carefully sensed it, he didn't seem to have any spiritual energy. In the end, because this youth had soul force, he didn't touch the youth's 2 swords. However, he didn't expect this youth to be so strong. Junior brother Chi, he humiliated my disciple, and you say this has nothing to do with him? The old man clearly wasn't willing to let the matter rest. You're not convinced? Very well, your disciple gave me a chance to apologize, and I'll give you a chance now. Apologize and I won't pursue your mistake. Of course, if you refuse, then I don't mind stepping on you, the sect master. However, before the middle-aged man could speak, Lin Ling had already opened his mouth. Silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. No one expected Lin Ling to threaten the sect master and even want to step on him. This is definitely an arrogant madman. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength, they didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for a half-sage. Of course, if they knew about Lin Ling's battle record, they wouldn't dare to think this way. Therefore, Lin Ling's words were spoken in a matter-of-fact tone. The old man's beard blew up, his anger soaring to the heavens. He had never seen such an arrogant and rude junior. As for the Qi Yang's father, he smiled wryly. Elder brother, he said, yesterday he joined our branch. I remember when Master went to the West, he said that our branch was independent and that we had special privileges. Hearing this, the old man sighed. Forget it, forget it. Forget it. He clearly didn't want to care about this matter anymore. This was because the middle-aged man's faction was the foundation of the Illusion God sect, and the only faction that cultivated soul martial arts. Therefore, the sect master naturally gave them face and secretly admired their stubbornness. Everyone, disperse. The old man waved his hand and said, of course, before he left, he stared at Lin Ling with resentment, feeling somewhat unhappy. A junior actually dared to be so arrogant. If it wasn't for junior brother, he really wanted to teach him a lesson. For the sake of the Qi siblings, I'll spare you this time. However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also floated out. Hearing this, the sect master's throat burned. He didn't do anything, but this junior did? I'm so angry. He clenched his teeth and left with large strides. The surrounding disciples were tongue-tied, wondering if this youth's head had been kicked by a donkey. I'm very curious about your faction's soul martial arts. I wonder if Senior can give me some pointers. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the strange gazes around him. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently. Of course, his tone was much more polite. After all, he had a request. This was also the reason why he decided to stay for the time being. Our faction has already been abandoned. If someone wants to learn, we'll naturally welcome them. We can't wait for someone to carry forward our Illusion God soul martial arts and revive our glory. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Originally, with his seniority, he should have raised his head and spoken to Lin Ling. However, he found that this youth's gaze was neither arrogant nor humble. This kind of calmness wasn't faked. In addition, this youth dared to look down on the sect master and act lawless. Therefore, he subconsciously didn't bother to put on airs. All right, I'll carry forward this inheritance for you. It won't be long before the Spirit Province knows of the Illusion God sect's great name. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and said seriously, this guy really doesn't even blink when he brags. Yes. Yes, he's even better at talking than singing. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Qi siblings' eyes twitched as they spoke one after another. Even the middle-aged man was the same. If the Illusion God sect's martial arts were so easy to become famous in the Spirit Province, they would have already succeeded. How could it be as simple as Lin Ling said? All right, I believe you. However, it's better for young people to be down to earth. The middle-aged man smiled and said meaningfully, as if he was telling Lin Ling to stop bragging. Seeing this, Lin Ling let out a long sigh. He really wasn't bragging. With his status as a Constellation Cloud disciple, if he used a soul martial art on the battlefield, it would definitely shake the entire Spirit Province. Chapter 3076. Illusionary God True Inheritance. Oh right, how did you defeat Gu Mingjun? You don't seem to have any world energy. The middle-aged man asked curiously. Lin Ling smiled. The middle-aged man was only a late martial immortal. Naturally, he couldn't see through Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to hide his cultivation, no one would be able to see through him unless they were a late half-sage or a sage. He had 4 dantians and he could use them at will. He could even hide his 4 dantians. Physical strength. Lin Ling explained. How is that possible? Physical strength is an unorthodox path. How can it defeat world energy? Hearing that, the 3 Qi family members were shocked. There are many ways in the universe. What is impossible? Also, don't forget that soul martial arts are also looked down upon in the illusionary god sect. However, do you also think that soul martial arts are an unorthodox path? Lin Ling said indifferently. His tone was calm. However, at that moment, he had the demeanor of an expert. It was as if he was a saint who was giving guidance to these mortals. However, his words stunned the 3 of them. Thinking about it carefully, that was indeed the case. Physical strength was not valued by the current martial artists. However, wasn't it the same for soul martial arts? Therefore, if they doubted Lin Ling's physical strength, wouldn't they be doubting their own soul martial arts? Thank you for your advice. The middle-aged man quickly cupped his hands and said. His attitude shocked the Qi family siblings. Only Lin Ling could be treated so politely by their father. It's fine. If there's a chance, I'll do my best to teach you. However, Lin Ling's voice also sounded. The Qi family siblings were dumbfounded. This guy was really shameless. Huh. The middle-aged man didn't expect Lin Ling to be so shameless. He couldn't help but laugh. I'm Qi Shi. May I know your name? Just call me Junior Brother Lin. After all, I'm the last to join this faction. Lin Ling said casually. Junior Brother Lin. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the illusionary god sect. Qi Shi was also very generous. He directly gave Lin Ling 3 sets of soul martial arts. Furthermore, they were all foundational martial arts. Of course, Lin Ling also knew the reason. It was because of the decline of soul martial arts that Qi Shi was so generous. If soul martial arts dominated the spirit province, no one would be willing to hand over their soul martial arts so easily. As for soul martial arts, Leslie learned a lot, but they were mostly world spirit formation Dao. As for Lin Ling, he had cultivated a few of them before, but they were only effective in the 10,000 realms. In the 9 prefectures, their power was suppressed several times. Therefore, Lin Ling was extremely curious about the illusory god sect's soul martial arts. After all, this was a treasure left behind by the gods' era. Of course Lin Lin's, swords, Whis. To Lin say, to Li Lin to art Li to immortal Li to. And God. Sword light blossomed from the sword, as if it had heard Lin Ling's words. It was extremely excited. There were 18 swords. Only by gathering all of them could the divine sword unleash its full power. However, the rest of the swords were probably with martial god Qilin. Thus, Lin Ling couldn't do anything about it. Thinking about the scabbard, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Right now, he had a lot of swords to collect. Lin Ling then took out a voice transmission talisman to contact Yu and the rest. Brother Ling, where are you? I'm fine. I'm in the spirit province. That's good. Where are you? Senior Xing Xiun has been looking for you. He doesn't need to come over for now. I'll return in about 3 months. Considering the size of the tantric sect, Lin Ling didn't know what kind of impact it would bring if Xing Xiuyun came. Therefore, before he obtained the illusion god sect's soul martial arts, he didn't plan on doing anything shocking. 7 Saints Illusionary God Technique. Lin Ling then took out the soul martial arts that Qi Shi had given him and began to comprehend it. As he comprehended it, a smile appeared on his face. The soul martial arts that the illusionary god had left behind were indeed extraordinary. Even though it was just the basics, it was still very beneficial. Time passed by quietly. On this day, Lin Ling returned the martial arts to Qi Shi. Qi Shi was surprised. Junior Brother Lin, you've succeeded in cultivating it? It's been a month. If I hadn't succeeded in cultivating it, then I wouldn't be qualified to cultivate this soul martial arts. Lin Ling shook his head. He felt that he had wasted a lot of time. Hearing this, Qi Shi was stunned. In the past, his master had taught him the foundational martial arts for a year. As for the Qi siblings, their eyes were red with envy. This was because one of them had taken 3 years, while the other had taken 5 years. What's wrong? Have you been cultivating it for too long? Senior brother Qi, if there's anything you can teach me, you can teach me. You don't have to give me any face. I've always known that. Lin Ling said solemnly when he saw the changes in their expressions. Although the 3 of them were not as strong as him, they were more familiar with other areas than him. Therefore, Lin Ling could humbly ask for advice. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other, and their bitter smiles deepened. No, not at all. You can finish your apprenticeship now. You've cultivated the illusionary god's true inheritance. The father and son continued to talk. Qi Yu's eyes were red. She was on the verge of crying as she said, "How can you cultivate so fast? I used 5 years back then. It's so unfair. You can even be my master." Lin Ling was speechless when he saw this. By the way, all the sects in the south of the spirit state will gather and head to the 10 major sects for a martial arts exchange. We have to set off immediately. Oh, which sect is holding the martial arts exchange? I heard that the masterminds are the Fairy sect and the Divine Crane sect. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The Fairy sect? The 10 major sects of Tantric Buddhism? He could not help but think of Long Yang in the past and laughed bitterly. He hoped that he would not meet any acquaintances who would interrupt his enlightenment of the soul martial arts technique. However, to avoid trouble, he had better find an excuse to decline. I'll teach you the illusion god true inheritance when we come back. However, just as Lin Ling was about to decline, Qi Shi spoke up as well. This time, Lin Ling could not refuse. 2 hours later, the illusion god sect's people flew forward on the giant white-feathered ancient goose. Everyone on the white goose was in high spirits. I heard that the top beauty of the fairy sect will also come to this martial arts exchange. Is it Long Yang? I hope to see her this time, even from afar. Of course, fate is the most difficult thing to determine. Maybe she'll fall for me. Even looking at her is blasphemy to Long Yang. She's a genius of the Tantric Buddhism. Who do you think you are? You can't even enter the 10 major sects, let alone be chosen by Long Yang. None of your business. I know you're jealous of me. Chapter 3077. All the sects in the south of the Spirit Province gathered. I also heard that Long Yang almost got together with a genius from the Tantric sect, but that genius rejected Long Yang. TSK, what a big deal. Wow. That guy is really daring. A genius like Long Yang, I would die from happiness if she looked at me, but that guy actually dared to reject her. That's nothing. He's the disciple of the 4 heavenly kings of the Tantric sect, so he has the right to do so. Moreover, he defeated all the geniuses from the 10 great sects during the last Tantric sect ceremony, so he has the right to do so. Wow. You're saying that he's amazing. Could it be that you were there? Wow. I don't have the right to go to the Tantric sect. I only heard about it, and I know that his name is Lin Ling. He's one of the geniuses I admire the most. Wow. On the other side, another disciple changed the topic and talked about the Tantric sect. When this was mentioned, the geniuses became even more excited. To them, geniuses of the same age were the ones they paid attention to the most. The disciple of the 4 heavenly kings, Lin Ling. I heard that he's very strong and is one of the most talented geniuses in the Tantric sect. Wow. I really hope to see him. Wow. Even the Qi siblings were looking forward to seeing him. Sister, stop daydreaming. How can you see a genius of that level? Even if you see a genius from the 10 great sects, that's your fortune, not to mention a genius from the Tantric sect. Qi Yang saw his sister's eyes shining and could not help but persuade her. I know. Sigh. Qi Yu sighed. As for Lin Ling, he was still comprehending the soul martial arts, but he also opened his eyes and looked at Qi Yu strangely. In the end, he shook his head and continued to cultivate. In the distance, a few gazes were staring at Lin Ling with ill intentions. One of them was Gu Mingjun. Is that the guy who injured you? He has no energy fluctuations and cultivates a soul martial arts. He's simply too weak. Sigh. Senior martial brother, I was careless at that time. However, let bygones be bygones. My current goal is the 10 great sects, so I don't care about those ordinary people. They don't understand the heart of a mighty eagle. Junior apprentice brother Gu is right. He cultivates soul martial arts and can only be like this for the rest of his life. He's just a piece of trash. There's no need to care about him. The others nodded in agreement. In fact, it was because of the sect leader that they did not dare to attack Lin Ling. They were not as magnanimous as they said. However, I happen to know some geniuses in the martial arts exchange held by the 10 great sections. At that time, I can let him know how lowly he is. No way, you know the geniuses of the 10 great sects? Of course, you'll know how powerful I am in a moment. When he mentioned the geniuses of the 10 great sects, Gu Mingjuan's voice became much louder. At this moment, all the youths on the giant white goose cast envious gazes at Gu Mingjun. Gu Mingjun will enter the top 10 sects sooner or later, so it's not strange that he knows the geniuses there. Sigh, when we first entered the illusionary god sect, we promised to explore the spirit province together. Today, he's flying high, but I'm still stuck on the streets. Don't be envious. Right now, it's better to curry favor with senior martial brother Gu. The youths began to whisper. Although their voices were not loud, Gu Mingjun could hear them clearly. This made him smile faintly and stare at Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's strange expression. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear them and continued to meditate like an old monk. On the other hand, the Qi siblings revealed envious expressions. This made Gu Mingjun smile with a hint of pride. Not far from him, a good-looking girl looked at Gu Mingjun with a hint of passion. Then, her gaze fell on Qi Yang, and she let out a long sigh. Her name was Yi Mingrua, and she was the daughter of the illusionary god sect's sect leader. Originally, she and Qi Yang were childhood sweethearts, and their relationship was very good. However, Qi Yang gradually declined over the years. In addition, her father reminded her that Gu Mingjun was more suitable for him. At first, she did not care and believed that Qi Yang could rise up. But now, she began to doubt her own beliefs. The loud and clear cry of a wild goose floated in the sky and finally landed on the plains. Upon closer inspection, a large number of people had already gathered on the plains. Many banners were raised high. They were actually the other sects of the spirit province. Today, 2 of the 10 great sects were having a martial arts exchange. There were many people who gave them face. Many people wished that they had the qualifications to come. Unfortunately, not every sect and every disciple had the qualifications to come. Line up and do not make a racket. Enter the Cold Moon Divine Palace. If anyone breaks the rules, not only will they be removed from their sect, they will also be kicked out. A crystal-like palace sat on the ground. In front of the gate, several youths spoke indifferently. Upon closer inspection, these people's strength were all in the martial immortal realm. This caused the disciples of the various sects to be in awe. They did not dare to speak and obediently lined up. Although these people were extremely arrogant, they were the genius disciples of the 10 great sects, so they had the qualifications. Senior brother Lu, it's me. The illusionary god sect was also lining up. Gu Mingjun suddenly shouted in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it instantly attracted countless gazes. This caused many people to frown. Was this person looking to die? They already said not to make a racket, but he actually shouted. Oh, it's you, Gu Mingjun. However, among the geniuses guarding the gate, one of them smiled faintly and did not blame Gu Mingjun. It's me. Yes. Gu Mingjuan's body immediately trembled and he was incomparably proud. The geniuses nodded and did not speak any more nonsense. Even so, Gu Mingjuan's actions still caused the disciples of the various sects to be extremely envious. Gu Mingjun has not entered the 10 great sects, but he already has a bit of fame. This person is very powerful. The scene in front of him immediately made Qi Yang frown. Previously, when someone was lining up, he was absent-minded, and then I saw him being kicked out. He even almost implicated his own sect. It's good that Gu Mingjun knows the geniuses of the 10 great sects. It's much more convenient for him to do anything. Chi Yu said with a light sigh. Her words were filled with envy. I heard father say that Gu Mingjun has been chosen by the 10 great sects and has temporarily become a nominal disciple. So those geniuses give him face and even want to treat him as a friend. At this time, a cold voice came from the side. It was Yiminghua. Hearing this, the Qi sibling sighed, especially Qi Yang. Although he looked calm on the surface, his fists were secretly clenched in his sleeves. Not long after, it was finally the illusionary god sect's turn to enter the palace. Greetings, sirs. The sect master smiled at the geniuses. However, the geniuses also gave him some face and warned him a few times. Although it was only a few words and their attitudes were arrogant, it still made the sect master happy. This was because the other party had at least spoken to him. As for disciples, they were too lazy to even speak. Gu Mingjun, after you enter, if you have time, come and talk to me. Chapter 3078. Yun Shangqing. Among the crowd, Gu Mingjun nodded excitedly. Of course, of course. TSKSK, senior brother Gu is the second person other than the sect master to make these geniuses speak. Hee, I saw that the other sects didn't receive such treatment, but our illusionary god sect did. We've gained a lot of face. That's right. Look at the people behind and in front of the line. They're all envious. The illusionary god sect disciples' faces were filled with pride as they entered the palace. What are you doing? Junior brother Lin, hurry up and greet him. But not long after, an exclamation rang out, causing the expressions of the illusion god sect members to change. Only now did they realize that it was junior brother Lin's turn to enter the group. However, junior brother Lin's eyes were half closed. He didn't bow, nor did he look at the geniuses. He seemed to be comprehending something. Of course, it didn't matter where he cultivated, but not here. At this moment, the illusionary god sect disciples became nervous. Junior brother Qi, why don't you think highly of him? The sect master secretly complained. If they angered these geniuses, their sect would be kicked out. That would be a huge loss of face. This junior brother Lin is really incapable of accomplishing anything but good at spoiling things. Among the crowd, Gu Mingjun also complained. After he spoke, he looked at the geniuses, only to see that their faces were extremely cold. It seemed that even if Gu Mingjun stepped forward, it would be difficult to quell the anger of these geniuses. Who interrupted me? At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes, and a slightly unhappy voice rang out. Damn it, this guy is still speaking with such an attitude. It's over. The illusionary god sect disciples helplessly slapped their foreheads. They knew that a disaster was coming. Gu Mingjun pointed at Lin Ling. He didn't know what to say. Perhaps the next thing he could do was to witness the entire sect being kicked out. Your illusionary god sect. Sure enough, the geniuses coldly said. They were sentencing the illusionary god sect to death. What about our illusionary god sect? However, before they could finish speaking, Lin Ling's gaze turned cold as he stared at the geniuses without any fear. This gaze caused the hearts of those geniuses to tremble subconsciously. Plus, this was the first time they were looking at Lin Ling. The more they looked, the more their hearts roared. Go in. Finally, one of the geniuses spoke with a hint of reverence. Silence. The entire entrance of the palace fell into a deathly silence. These arrogant geniuses actually didn't punish junior brother Lin? Could it be that these arrogant geniuses had a conscience and didn't intend to teach the ants in front of them a lesson? It's better not to cultivate in a place like this. If you're interrupted, it's easy to go berserk. While the crowd was still in shock, another genius spoke up. Moreover, his words carried a kind reminder. This time, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Thank you. Only Lin Ling was the calmest as he leisurely entered the palace. Good heavens! Are my eyes deceiving me? The jaws of the illusion god sect's disciples dropped to the ground as they entered the palace in confusion. Even Gu Mingjun was the same. Senior brother Gu, what's going on? Not only did these geniuses not blame junior brother Lin, they even spoke to him. And they even spoke a few sentences. Yes. This treatment is even better than the sect masters. How would I know? But geniuses are all unique in their actions. It's not something we can guess. I can only say that junior brother Lin's luck is pretty good. When Gu Mingjun heard their words, he said in annoyance, Senior brother Gu, you're not angry, are you? The people beside him seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly smiled. Why would I be angry at junior brother Lin? Have you ever seen someone angry at a toad at the bottom of a well? Hearing this, Gu Mingjun immediately laughed, causing his junior brothers to laugh as well. This was true. Compared to Gu Mingjun, junior brother Lin was a pile of shit on the ground, while Gu Mingjun was the white clouds in the sky. There was simply no comparison. After the people from the illusionary god sect entered the palace, the geniuses outside looked at each other. In fact, they didn't know why they allowed Lin Ling to enter. But they felt that the look in Lin Ling's eyes was really terrifying. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants. This person isn't simple. Yeah, although he's not from the 10 great sects, I have a feeling that he's even stronger than us. Moreover, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. This person seems to be a big shot. The geniuses whispered among themselves, but they couldn't recall where they had seen Lin Ling before. As for those who entered the palace, they were like country bumpkins entering a big city. They were excited and in awe. Wow, is this a boundary array? TSK, what dense spiritual energy. Look, that's the hidden purple rainbow tree. I heard that it's of great help to wood, earth, and water geniuses. It can raise the ultimate martial Tao and comprehend the power of a rank. The 10 great sects are indeed wealthy. Let's go, there's someone giving out earth ring pills in the plaza ahead. All disciples who enter the palace are eligible to receive them. The crowd continued to move forward and soon gathered in a plaza. It was extremely crowded and lively. The sects have already arranged their accommodations. Tomorrow, the martial arts exchange will begin. Suddenly, a genius spoke softly. The voice entered everyone's ears and silenced the plaza. Then, the sects received their accommodations. What? We're next to the stables. The sect leader of the illusionary god sect looked at the map in his hand with a helpless expression. It can't be, right? This palace has many enchantments, and there are some good residences. Cultivating there will be twice the result with half the effort. In fact, I'll be frank with you. I'm participating in this martial arts exchange for a good place to cultivate. Now, you're assigning us to the stables? This is ridiculous. The elders of the illusionary god sect were in disbelief. This is the stables of Pegasi, spiritual beasts. They're not ordinary horses, so please bear with it. The sect leader smiled bitterly again. Hearing this, the elders were dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. They could only smile bitterly. Sect leader, the genius giving out accommodations is called Yun Shangqing. I know him. But at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. It was Gu Mingjun. Yun Shangqing? Could it be that Yun Shangqing who lost to the number 1 sect of the 10 great sects during the Tantric sect's great ceremony? The sect leader exclaimed. Chapter 3079. Shameless. Gu Mingjun nodded his head. Most importantly, he's a disciple of the Tianqing sect, one of the 10 great sects. However, I've met him a few times. If I ask him, he might give me some face. Gu Mingjun will leave it to you. Hearing this, the sect leader and the elders were delighted. I'll do my best. Hearing this, Gu Mingjun nodded his head and walked out. He was neither arrogant nor humble, but rather imposing. Gu Mingjun represents the future of our illusionary god sect. Seeing this, the illusionary god sect's disciples admired Gu Mingjun even more. Even the sect leader was the same. TSK, our illusionary god sect has Gu Mingjun. It's our fortune. The illusionary god sect's disciples were proud. Only the three sons of the Qi family were gloomy. Especially Qi Yang. He had been Gu Mingjuan's competitor since young, but now he had been eliminated. It won't be long before I catch up to him. However, Qi Yang wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He secretly clenched his fist and said, "Sai, you've said this many times. Sometimes, the path of martial arts doesn't depend on one's mouth." Beside him, Yi Mingrua, Qi Yang's childhood sweetheart, sighed. Her words made Qi Yang extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Ling was no longer cultivating. He looked at the scene and shook his head. He could see that Qi Yang liked Yi Mingrua a lot, but Yi Mingrua seemed to have a change of heart. "Senior brother Yun, it's me." At this moment, Gu Mingjun had already walked forward. The youth glanced at him and nodded his head. "What's wrong? Is there something important?" Although his attitude was still arrogant, he at least gave Gu Mingjun face. He knew that Gu Mingjun would definitely enter one of the 10 great sects. "It's like this," Gu Mingjun immediately requested. "So it's such a small matter. How about this? I'll help your sect rearrange your residence. This palace has 5 different levels of barriers. You're not qualified to go to the first level. Only the 10 great sects can go there. I'll arrange for you to stay in the second level. How about it?" Yun Shangqing smiled. Although it was second class, it showed that the other party had given him enough face, so Gu Mingjun hurriedly nodded. Without any suspense, the people of the illusionary god sect became excited. The people from the other sects were extremely envious. "Gu Mingjun, have you decided which sect you want to join? Your future is bound to be extraordinary, so have you considered joining our sect?" Yun Shangqing said again, causing Gu Mingjun to hurriedly bow. No, in front of senior martial brother Yun, junior martial brother will forever be the light of a firefly. You really know how to talk. However, I am optimistic about your future. Tonight, I will be the host for a banquet. All of your sects can come. Moreover, all the other sects can participate." Yun Shangqing smiled, waved his hand and left. "Thank you, senior brother Yun." Gu Mingjun immediately bowed. Everyone sighed as they looked at Yun Shangqing. The envy in their eyes grew stronger. Being able to become a disciple of one of the 10 great sects was already so glorious. When would they be able to become a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate and become such a figure? Of course, while they were envious, they also looked at Gu Mingjun. They knew that this child's future would be just as glorious. As for Gu Mingjun, he walked back to the illusionary god sect and received a lot of praises. He smiled and walked to Qi. "Elder Qi, the second-class barrier accommodation is full. Therefore, I will have to trouble your branch to stay in the stables. How about it?" Hearing this, the 3 from the Qi family narrowed their eyes. However, they were helpless. After all, the second-class barrier accommodation was obtained by Gu Mingjun. They had no right to speak. "No problem." Qi nodded. "That's good." Gu Mingjun wasn't surprised by the attitude of the 3 from the Qi family. He looked at one of the girls and said, "Junior martial sister Yi, you are the daughter of the sect master. However, you were betrothed to Qi when you were young. Are you going to follow them or us?" Me. Yi Mingrua hesitated for a moment. Finally, she shook her head and smiled. "I will follow Elder Qi. Then do as you wish." "All right, senior martial brother Yun invited us tonight. Everyone must attend." Gu Mingjun nodded and turned to leave. Of course, before he left, he glanced at Qiyu. It was as if he was telling Qiyu how powerful he was. Qiyu clenched her teeth. Although she knew of Gu Mingjuan's power, she was stubborn and refused to compromise. She would never accept Gu Mingjuan's pursuit. As for Lin Ling, Gu Mingjun didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end. In his opinion, Lin Ling wasn't on the same level as him at all. In fact, junior brother Lin's face was filled with worship at this moment. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. When will this trash martial arts exchange end? Lin Ling's gaze was already looking elsewhere. Qi would only give him the illusionary god true inheritance after the exchange ended. A moment later, everyone arrived at their accommodation. The neighing of horses could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, there would be horse feces floating out. Although there was a barrier here that allowed cultivation to be more efficient, the scenery wasn't very good. "I will go tidy up the surroundings." Chi Yang was very embarrassed and hurriedly got busy. Chi Shi and Chi Yu were also the same. Only Lin Ling didn't care. Yimingrua stood there with a face full of displeasure. Sigh, the previous Chi Yang gave people the feeling that he had a lot of potential. Unfortunately, the current Chi Yang can't be compared to Gu Mingjun. My eyesight is too bad. Why did I find such a man? Most importantly, Gu Mingjun obviously likes Chi Yu. Otherwise, I would have already thrown myself at him. She kept sighing. If only my boyfriend was Gu Mingjun or even Yun Shangqing. Of course, if Lin Ling took a fancy to me, that would be my greatest blessing. She talked to herself and completely ignored Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was just a passerby. Even if she spoke her mind, she wasn't afraid of him knowing. With your appearance, unless Lin Ling is blind, he won't take a fancy to you. Lin Ling was a little impressed by this woman's thick skin. He shook his head and then went to help Chi Yang and the others. His words stunned Yimingru. In her impression, this junior brother Lin was always a man of few words and didn't care about anything. But this time he actually mocked her? Who do you think you are? Compared to ancient Mingjun, compared to Yun Shangqing, compared to Lin Ling? You are just a hair on their heads. Yimingrua cursed secretly. Of course, she didn't dare to curse out loud. She still had to maintain her ladle-like appearance. However, she was even more disdainful of Lin Ling. A person who couldn't even compare to Chi Yang was simply a pile of trash. No, he was even worse than trash. After tidying up the surroundings, everyone settled down temporarily. Lin Ling cultivated as usual, striving to obtain the illusion god true inheritance as soon as possible and return to Tantric Buddhism. Chapter 3080. Looking for senior brother Lin. Lin Ling was also dragged away. He lazily followed behind and continued to cultivate. This caused the Chi siblings' hearts to sink. No wonder Lin Ling's comprehension of soul martial arts was so fast. It turned out that he had been cultivating all the time. Such diligence, how could they not admire him? Following the direction pointed out, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a luxurious hall. The spirit energy was dense, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Before they even got close, flattering voices rang out. "Little friend Yun, you're young and promising. Look at me, the future of the spirit state is also on your shoulders." The vast hall was packed with people. All the sects of the spirit province were gathered, and they were all looking at the spirited young man at the head of the table. You're exaggerating. In the Tantric sect, I'm not the strongest. If we're talking about a peerless genius, then it's still Lord Xingxiu Yun's disciple, Lin Ling. At the head of the table, Yun Shangqing had the aura of a superior as he spoke indifferently. "I've never heard of the name Lin Ling. Why don't little friend Yun tell us what's so great about Lin Ling?" After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, someone curiously asked. Yun Shangqing drank a mouthful of wine, and his arrogant expression quietly disappeared, turning into worship. This senior brother Lin came from the Qing province. Originally, the geniuses of the 10 great sects looked down on him, but who knew that in the Tantric sect's great ceremony he defeated senior brother Beihan in one move. As for senior brother Beihan's strength, there's no need for me to say more. 60% of the sect leaders here aren't his match. Moreover, senior brother Lin is a powerful spirit formation master. I heard that he broke the universal spirit formation with an ancient tree in the Tantric sect, creating a record. Of course, the most amazing part is the latter part. Yun Shangqing's voice became louder and louder, causing the hall to become silent. So powerful. Even the geniuses of the 10 great sects aren't senior brother Lin's match? The members of the Illusion God sect were whispering to each other. Yimingrua had been sitting there for a long time. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked forward to meeting the legendary senior brother Lin. However, she suddenly froze. Senior brother Lin of the Tantric sect? Then her junior brother Lin of the fantasy god sect? One called him senior brother, and the other called him junior brother. Could they be the same person? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. One was an eagle flying in the sky, the other was a toad on the ground. They weren't on the same level at all. Senior martial brother Yun, quickly tell me what's the most powerful thing about you. At this moment, Gu Mingjun asked anxiously. Everyone knows that he rejected Long Yang of the fairy sect, but there's one more thing you don't know. When he was in the fairy sect, he defeated senior brother Cho Junlang, who was a genius of the tantric sect. I don't think I need to explain how powerful he is. Yun Shangqing enunciated each word clearly. He was even getting a little excited. Tantric geniuses? The hall was in an uproar. In the spirit province, geniuses were divided into different levels. At first, they were the geniuses of the various sects, then the geniuses of the 10 great sects, and finally the geniuses of the tantric sect. Such geniuses could probably defeat the sect masters of the various sects. I wonder what senior brother Chao's cultivation is. Gu Mingjun said nervously. It was obvious that he was also shocked. Second heaven half-saint. Yun Shangqing swept his gaze across the crowd and said in shock. His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. A martial immortal defeating a half-saint. His ability to fight above his level was too terrifying. No wonder senior brother Lin could become the disciple of the 4 heavenly kings. His brilliance and mystery lingered in everyone's hearts like a god. Senior brother Lin is someone we all look up to. Let me tell you something. If you know senior brother Lin, you can do whatever you want in the spirit province. Also, if anyone dares to provoke senior brother Lin, the entire tantric sect will be mobilized. Unless you're a major force in the 9 provinces, you'll be eradicated. In fact, if anyone in the divine prefecture below the spirit province dares to provoke senior brother Lin, there will only be one outcome: death. After Yun Shangqing finished talking about Lin Ling's strength, he then talked about Lin Ling's identity. Everyone's hearts continued to jump. This was a person who could shake the entire spirit province with just a move of his foot. After saying so much, I actually invited you here today because I have an important matter to ask of you. I know you all want to meet this legendary person, but I can tell you that this person has temporarily disappeared. Thus, the tantric sect instructed us to find senior brother Lin in the spirit province. Yun Shangqing looked at the crowd and spoke of the purpose of today's gathering. That's right, the reason he gathered all the sects here today was to find senior brother Lin. But senior brother Yun, what does that mysterious senior brother Lin look like? Someone said expectantly. He also knew that if he could find senior brother Lin, it would definitely be a great achievement. I've neglected that. You all are not qualified to meet senior brother Lin, so it's normal that you don't know him. Fortunately, I was fated to attend the tantric sect's ceremony last time and remembered his appearance. Today, I can use my boundary essence to engrave him. Yun Shangqing stood up, and his boundary essence spread out. Seeing this, everyone in the hall immediately became nervous. They wondered what the legendary senior brother Lin looked like. This is Lin. Yun Shangqing could see that everyone was nervous. He waved his hand and was about to draw a portrait. However, at this moment, a few figures walked in from the door. One of them stunned him. Lin Lin Lin. He couldn't say the last 2 words, senior brother, no matter what. He could only stare at the blue-robed young man who walked in. Everyone in the hall was furious that they had been interrupted at such a crucial moment. This made them stare at Lin Ling and the others. However, since senior brother Yun didn't flare up, they didn't dare to reprimand Lin Ling and the others. Instead, they used their gazes to urge Lin Ling and the others to hurry up and take their seats. Wow, we seem to be late. Hurry up and go to the illusionary sect. The 3 from the Qi family quickened their pace and smiled awkwardly. They even cupped their fists and bowed. Only Lin Ling had his hands behind his back and a lazy look on his face. This made everyone's eyes spit fire. If not for senior brother Yun's magnanimity, he would have already taught this unknown trash a lesson. In fact, Yun Shangqing stared at Lin Ling so hard that his eyes almost popped out. He was sizing up Lin Ling, afraid that he had seen wrongly. In the end, he confirmed that this was the terrifying genius of the tantric sect, Lin Ling. "Senior brother, we're late." At this moment, Qi Shi apologized to the sect leader of the illusionary sect. The sect leader smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "It's good that you're here. Hurry up and sit down." Qi Shi and the other two smiled apologetically again. Seeing that the situation was too awkward, they asked, "What were you talking about?" "We were talking about an important figure in the tantric sect, Senior Brother Lin. This person's strength is extraordinary and his talent is outstanding. With just a move of his leg, ordinary people like us have to retreat." The sect leader said, "He's that powerful? Could he be an ancient senior?" Chapter 3081. Beating. He's about the same age as you." The sect leader laughed. "Does the tantric sect have such a powerful senior brother Lin?" Even Lin Ling frowned. He was curious about this senior brother Lin. He didn't know that this senior brother Lin was him, Lin Ling. You call him junior brother Lin, right? He's called senior brother Lin by all the geniuses of the tantric sect. Although there's only one word difference between the two of you, the difference is like heaven and earth." At this moment, a crafty and harsh voice resounded. It was Yi Mingru. She was drinking wine, and her beautiful eyes were looking at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a toad. Moreover, Gu Mingjun also said with disdain, "With your knowledge, how could you know senior brother Lin's power?" Disregarding everything else, if he came to the south of the spirit province, no one in the large sects would be his opponent, not even the sect leader. From another perspective, half the sky of the spirit province would move if he moved his feet. He's a true god. And you? You're just a sleepy person who doesn't know what power is. Hearing this, the others looked at them with disdain. Lin Ling and the others were already late and embarrassed the fantasy god sect. Therefore, no one was polite to them. "Junior brother Lin, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. You should learn from Gu Mingjun. He knows the big picture. In a place like the tantric sect, he's also respected by the strong." The sect leader, who had long been displeased with Lin Ling, spoke up as well. This made the three from the Qi family even more embarrassed. However, they were also angry. They just didn't dare to express it because they were late. "Learn from me? He has no hope in his life. I'm respected by the tantric sect, but he can only stay in the stable. We're not even on the same level." Gu Mingjun wasn't modest. With his status and strength, he didn't need to be modest in front of Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a strong wind blew. Slap. A crisp slap landed on Gu Mingjun's face. In front of the seat, a furious figure stood there. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were ready to devour anyone. It was Yun Shangqing. This caused everyone to be stunned and even a little panicked. Most importantly, they had just finished talking about how Gu Mingjun was valued by the big shot while Lin Ling could only live in the stable. However, in the next moment, the big shot gave Gu Mingjun a slap in the face. This gap was too shocking. "Fuck you, your mouth stinks. Did you eat dog shit?" Yun Shangqing glared furiously at Gu Mingjun and slapped him again. But the crisp sound of the slap stunned Gu Mingjun. He asked nervously, "Senior brother Yun, what's going on?" "What's wrong? Your mouth stinks. I'm going to wake you up. Hurry up and apologize to senior brother Lin." "No, junior brother Lin." Yun Shangqing raised his hand and pretended to hit. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was calm. This made him tremble with fear. Lin Ling's identity and strength were like an eagle in the sky to him, and he was like a toad on the ground. In other words, if he angered senior brother Lin today and senior brother Lin killed him, his sect wouldn't even dare to fart. Even his father, the sect leader, might come out and say, "Good job." Such a big shot wasn't someone he could provoke. "Junior brother Lin, he doesn't know how to speak properly. I apologize on his behalf." Seeing that Gu Mingjun was still in a daze, Yun Shangqing didn't dare to slight him. He took the lead and bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling revealed a strange smile. He didn't know Yun Shangqing, but he guessed that the other party knew his identity. Therefore, he nodded and didn't want to say anything more. Although he could announce his identity and make the people around him fear and respect him, he didn't need to explain anything to a group of ants. Or rather, he didn't like arguing with a toad. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Yun Shangqing felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. He knew that Lin Ling didn't care about this matter anymore. Then, he realized that his back was already soaked in sweat. However, his gaze quickly landed on Gu Mingjun and he kicked him. "Get the fuck out of here." Bang. Crackle crackle. In front of the various sects, Gu Mingjun was brutally beaten up. Moreover, Yun Shangqing was afraid that Lin Ling would vent his anger on him, so he beat him up extremely ruthlessly. "Isn't Gu Mingjun going to enter the 10 great sects?" Bang. I thought that he was highly respected by the big shots, but now it seems that his treatment is even worse than ours. Bang. Everyone in the hall was confused at this moment. Only Qishir and the sect leader of the illusionary god sect frowned as they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head and strode out of the hall. As he left, other than a few people, no one paid any attention to Lin Ling. Everyone's gaze was still locked on Gu Mingjun, not understanding what was going on. On the other hand, Yun Shangqing glanced around and seemed to have guessed something. He shouted angrily at the crowd, "Lower your heads and eat. I'll beat whoever doesn't eat to death." After he finished speaking, he strode out as well. "Little friend Yun, what does senior brother Lin look like?" An elder from a sect asked anxiously. "How can ants like you know what senior brother Lin looks like? Let me tell you, the peak of the spirit state will belong to senior brother Lin in the future." Yun Shangqing snorted coldly and disappeared from the hall. The hall instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Moreover, when they saw Gu Mingjun's bruised and swollen face, they sympathized with him. Why was this guy suddenly beaten up for nothing? Did he say something wrong? "Why did you beat me?" At this moment, Gu Mingjun crawled up, his heart filled with anger and frustration. Especially the strange gazes around him, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Of course, he was still confused as to why Yun Shangqing suddenly scolded him. Could it be? He suddenly thought of Lin Ling previously. When he was mocking Lin Ling, Yun Shangqing appeared and beat him up without saying a word. This meant that Yun Shangqing was definitely related to junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin. Thinking of this, Gu Mingjun roared in his heart. He thought to himself, "I won't let this matter rest. Don't think that you can ride on my head just because you have senior brother Yun's protection. I'll make you understand that I know more people than you in the top 10 sects." Among the crowd, other than Qishir, Yimingrua's beautiful eyes flickered. Could it be that junior brother Lin is hiding some secret? Otherwise, senior brother Yun wouldn't have followed him so closely after he left. At this moment, in a green bamboo forest outside the hall, a slender figure was walking slowly. He plucked a bamboo leaf and placed it in his mouth, savoring the faint taste of the leaf. "Why didn't I tell you my background before?" Then that person muttered to himself. He was Lin Ling. Senior brother Lin. A figure ran over quickly from afar. He was Yun Shangqing. He glanced at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was looking at him with a faint smile. That gaze made his heart tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chapter 3082. A leaf blinds one's eyes, and one can't see Mount Tai. Yun Shangqing was indeed smart. He guessed that Lin Ling had his reasons for going on a patrol in disguise, so he didn't dare to disrupt his plan. "You're smart." "That's right, I'm in the illusion god sect for a cultivation technique." Lin Ling nodded. "Cultivation technique? Senior brother Lin, just say the word, and I'll snatch it back for you." Yun Shangqing hurriedly said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's gaze looked straight at him, causing Yun Shangqing's heart to tremble once again. He subconsciously lowered his head. However, Lin Ling also said, "Do you think that I am someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Or do you think I'm hiding my identity for fun?" "Senior brother Lin, you're indeed a man of principle." Hearing this, Yun Shangqing finally understood Lin Ling's thoughts. One had to admit that Lin Ling was different from the other top geniuses of the spirit province. He didn't tyrannically rob the illusion god sect just because it was weak. Instead, he gave the weak enough respect and treated them with sincerity. Yun Shangqing continued, "Oh right, senior brother Lin seems to be living in the stables. I'll get someone to change his residence." "Get a first-class residence? What do you think, senior brother Lin?" "That's good too. Let the Qi family members live more comfortably. Also, senior brother Lin, can you do me a favor? If it's within my power, I'll promise you. But let's talk about it after this matter is over." "Okay." After chatting for a while, Yun Shangqing left excitedly. Lin Ling's status in the Tantric sect was only below the 4 heavenly kings. With Lin Ling's protection, Yun Shangqing could do whatever he wanted in the Tantric sect. "I'm too lucky, too lucky. The entire spirit province is looking for senior brother Lin, and I'm the first to find him." As he left, Yun Shangqing's face was full of smiles. He was so happy that he almost flew into the sky and danced for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, while he was excited, he was also hesitating whether he should inform the Tantric sect. However, he was also afraid of disrupting Lin Ling's plans. This made him feel conflicted. At this moment, in the bamboo forest, Lin Ling was still chewing on a bamboo leaf. He didn't expect himself to be so famous in the spirit province. It had to be said that in the past, he had spent a lot of time in the Qing state before finally becoming famous in the Qing state. But now, he seemed to have become famous in the spirit state in such a short period of time. Moreover, it was the entire spirit state, not just the Tantric sect. "Have you heard enough?" Lin Ling spat out the bamboo leaf in his mouth and said calmly. A figure suddenly walked out from the bamboo forest. It was a good-looking woman. She was Yi Mingrua. Previously, she had secretly followed Yun Shangqing because she had guessed that Yun Shangqing must have come to find junior martial brother Lin. And the result was indeed so. Seeing the surprise on Yi Mingrua's face, Lin Ling said faintly, "Don't think that I didn't notice you. In fact, Yun Shangqing and I have already noticed you. The reason why we didn't pay attention to you was that you weren't qualified for us to pay attention to you." "Junior brother Lin, who are you?" Looking at the mysterious man in front of her, Yi Mingrua felt that he was shrouded in a mysterious light. Although she followed him secretly, she arrived later. She didn't hear what Lin Ling said. She only saw that senior brother Yun was grateful to Lin Ling and asked Lin Ling to help him. This made her think of all kinds of possibilities. In the end, she thought that Lin Ling had a magical treasure and Yun Shangqing needed it. Therefore, he asked Lin Ling for help. Other than this conjecture, she really couldn't think of anything special about Lin Ling. "I'll give you a chance. From now on, stay by Qi Yang's side. It's beneficial for you." Lin Ling didn't answer Yi Mingrua. He knew that Qi Yang liked Yi Mingrua a lot. "What right do you have to say that?" Yi Mingrua narrowed her eyes and said, "What right do I have to say that?" Lin Ling looked straight at her. "Because I'm someone who just came to the spirit province and defeated all the geniuses of the top 10 sects. Someone who dared to reject the most beautiful woman of the Tantric sect, Long Yang. Someone who defeated the most powerful genius of the Tantric sect as a martial immortal. Someone who can shake the entire spirit province with a single move. Is that enough?" Yi Mingrua was stunned. She knew who Lin Ling was talking about. She frowned and said, "You're the legendary senior brother Lin?" Lin Ling's face was calm. He didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed. "Huh, that's a nice way to put it. If you're senior brother Lin, then I'm the most beautiful woman of the top 10 sects, Longyang." Yi Mingrua was stunned for a whole incense stick's time before she mocked. Senior brother Lin was the most important genius of the Tantric sect. He was a talent that countless sects in the spirit province looked up to. How could such a person appear in the illusion god sect? Even the top 10 sects didn't have the qualifications to have such a peerless genius. Seeing that, Lin Ling smiled and turned around to leave. He knew that when someone didn't believe him, then no matter how he explained, it would be useless. Moreover, he didn't bother to explain anything to Yi Mingrua. He had given her a chance, but she didn't cherish it. Then she couldn't blame him. "Lin Ling, I know that you've rejected my request. I hope that you won't regret it in the future. Lin Ling's figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, his voice floated out. Pa, you only have some treasures that senior brother Yun values. Do you really think that you're that important? Let me tell you, I've seen many experts of the Tantric sect. I also know that senior brother Gu Mingjun once saved a genius of the Tantric sect. You can't compare to them. Yi Mingrua coldly snorted and said. The disdain in her eyes deepened. Lin Ling didn't waste any words. His faint laughter spread throughout the bamboo forest. One leaf blinds one's eyes, one can't see Mount Tai. Two beans cover one's ears, one can't hear thunder. Pa! This sentence was obviously mocking Yi Mingrua for being short-sighted and ignorant. This undoubtedly made Yi Mingrua clench her teeth in anger. How boring! Pa! After leaving the bamboo forest, Lin Ling walked forward slowly. At the same time, he thought of Yu Yu and the others. However, the illusion god's true inheritance was right in front of him. He didn't lack time. The people in the hall had already left, so Lin Ling returned to his original residence. However, there were already a few geniuses there. They were extremely polite to the three people from the Qi family. Seniors, please follow me. Senior brother Yun has instructed you to stay in the first-class residence. Pa! We're going to the first-class residence? This must be fake. Pa! The three people from the Qi family were obviously very flattered. It was said that the first-class residence had many kinds of barriers. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, no one from the major sects was qualified to stay there. Only the people from the 10 great sects were qualified to stay there. Therefore, it was no wonder that they didn't believe it. It's true. Seniors, you only need to follow us, and then you'll know everything. Pa! The geniuses bowed and saluted, as if they were afraid that the three people from the Qi family didn't believe them. Father, what should we do? Yes. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, Qiyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Perhaps the people they want to invite aren't us. There must be some misunderstanding. It's better to be careful. Yes. However, Qi Shi was relatively calm. He was clear about his own abilities. It's okay. Let's go with them. Yes. Chapter 3083. Remain calm in the face of trouble and achieve the great Tao. Lin Ling also looked at the geniuses and asked, Are you inviting Qi Shi, Qi Yang, and Qi Yu? Yes. The geniuses saw that Lin Ling was neither arrogant nor humble, and his calm demeanor was much better than the three Qi brothers. They quickly nodded and said, That's right, it's them. Yes. That's right, those three are the ones you want to invite. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and smiled at the three Qi brothers. Hey, it's true. I've been curious about the first-class residence for a long time. I can finally see it. Yes. Qi Yu's personality was simple, and she immediately let out an excited voice. Hee, if the illusion god sect knows that we're going to a first-class residence, they'll be jealous to death. And that Gu Mingjun, let's see if he still has the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Qi Yang was also incomparably excited. Only Qi Shi looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if he had guessed something. Soon after, they followed the geniuses. Along the way, they also saw the people from the illusion god sect. Those people looked at the three Qi brothers strangely. How strange, they're so happy to stay in the stable. Are they crazy? Yes. Maybe they're used to the smell of horse dung. I'm too lazy to care about them. Let's hurry back to our residence. I heard that the martial arts exchange will start tomorrow, and we'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. If we don't cultivate now, we'll be wasting a rare residence. Yes. The people from the illusion god sect clearly looked down on the three Qi brothers. They swaggered forward. Seeing this, the Qi siblings became angry. Qi Yu suddenly asked, Senior brothers, are we going to a second-class residence? Yes. Junior sister, senior brother Yun has already warned us that it's a first-class residence, not a second-class residence. Yes. The geniuses turned their heads and laughed. Then can we stay in a second-class residence? Qi Yu asked again. Junior sister, Please don't play with us. We've already prepared a residence for you, and you can take any pill you want. If you can't refine it, you can still take it away. Now that you're rejecting us, how can we report this to Senior Brother Yun? Yes. Those people immediately said with a wry smile. Very well, then we'll reluctantly go to the first-class ward. I hope there are enough wards there. Otherwise, we'll go back to the stables. We're used to it anyway. Chi Yu shrugged helplessly. Next, they casually walked past the people from the Illusion God sect. As for the disciples of the Illusion God sect, they were all dumbfounded. A first-class residence? It was said that there were hundreds of millions of barriers. Moreover, Chi Yu actually rejected such a rare cultivation cave? Sixth junior brother, give me a slap. I want to know if I'm dreaming. Senior martial brother, there's no need to give it to me. Let's not talk about the others, just take those geniuses as an example. They are real geniuses from the 10 great sects, they can't be faked. Could it be? Senior brother Gu isn't the one receiving the best treatment in the Illusion God sect, but the 3 from the Qi family. Those people continued to speak as they ran back. They wanted to tell the entire Illusion God sect about this sensational news. At this moment, in a corner of the palace, the experts from the 10 great sects were having a martial arts exchange. One of them had a flicker in his eyes. After knowing that Lin Ling and the others had been arranged, he finally relaxed. However, when he saw the sect masters talking to the other sects, he immediately hesitated. This caused him to remain silent throughout the entire exchange. When the exchange ended, the sect master walked over with a frown. Qing Air, I see that you're absent-minded. Did something happen? Also, tonight's exchange between the 10 great sects isn't like tomorrow's exchange between the sects of the Spirit Province. It's not good for you to neglect those seniors. Father, Yun Shangqing wanted to say something, but he seemed to be afraid. Yun Shangqing's father was also a sect master, so the sect master's expression became serious. How can a man be so hesitant? Also, you're about to step into the half-step sage realm. You're a sage. If you're so flustered, how can you talk about martial arts? How can you talk about spreading the aura of a sage and being worshipped by everyone? Father, I was wrong. Yun Shangqing took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Finally, he regained his usual calmness and composure. That's more or less it. Remember, don't panic when something happens. That's the only way to achieve greatness. The sect master took a sip of tea and said, Speak, what made you so distracted? Father, I shouldn't have said this, but I felt that there was a big change in the tantric sect. They're looking for someone, so I decided to say it. Yun Shangqing thought for a moment and said seriously, I saw Senior Brother Lin. Which Senior Brother Lin? Lin Ling, the disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Bang! The teacup in the sect master's hand shattered. He was so frightened that he fell down from the table with a face full of panic. This made Yun Shangqing's pupils dilate. His father had just said that only by being calm when something happens could one achieve greatness. However, his father was clearly shocked. Qing, why didn't you say this earlier? But Senior Brother Lin seemed to have his own reasons for staying in the illusionary sect. I was afraid that if I disrupted his plans, he would vent his anger on me. Did you know? The tantric sect spread the news that Lin Ling was chased by powerful people on his way back to the spirit state. This made the 4 heavenly kings worried to death. They couldn't wait to find their disciple. Later, even the tantric sect was alerted. They almost sent all of their forces to the green state to find Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling suddenly sent a message to everyone and told them that he had returned to the spirit state. Only then did the tantric sect stop their plan. The tantric sect reacted so strongly? What do you think? Lin Ling is the disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings. In the spirit state, he's only below the tantric sect's lord and the 4 heavenly kings. Father, what do we do now? At least you didn't ruin the plan. Inform the tantric sect about this. I think Lin Ling isn't a petty person. He probably won't blame you. On the contrary, you've made a great contribution to the tantric sect. It's possible that you'll become a genius of the tantric sect. That's great. Senior brother Lin is my savior. After talking for a while, Yun Shangqing was extremely excited. You'd better build a good relationship with Lin Ling. In time, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the spirit state. At least half of the spirit state won't dare to provoke you. Yes, father. The father and son talked in secret. They were afraid that the news would spread and the credit would be taken away by others. However, the more they talked, the more excited they became. At this moment, Lin Ling followed the group and arrived at the residence of the first-class barrier. Here, the immortal aura was ethereal and the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Spiritual flowers and herbs were everywhere, making one feel as if they had arrived in a paradise. So this is the first-class barrier. It's really extraordinary. It's twice as good as the stable. It's not just twice as good. I can feel my soul power increasing too. It's 100 times better. Look at the free pills around. They're all priceless. Chapter 3084. Obtain the illusion god true inheritance. However, Lin Ling shook his head, glanced around and said in disdain, "This is a first-grade barrier residence? It really doesn't live up to its reputation." If Lin Ling had the materials to set up the barrier, he could set it up even better. Therefore, he didn't care about it at all. What's more, compared to the tantric sect's simple mountain, this place was like a firefly compared to the moon. On the side, Qi Shi's eyes narrowed. He looked at his children who were about to go crazy with joy, then looked at the calm Lin Ling. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. The difference in their reactions was too big. Junior brother Lin, you're probably not an ordinary person. Putting away his thoughts, Qi Shi turned to look at Lin Ling, recalling the scene in the hall and the treatment in front of him. He could guess what was going on. Senior brother Qi, when did I say that I'm an ordinary person? Lin Ling looked at Qi Shi and smiled. Sigh, it seems that I've underestimated you. You must have stayed in the illusion god sect for the illusion god true inheritance. However, your sincerity has moved me. Qi Shi also looked at Lin Ling. He guessed that Lin Ling's background was definitely not small. However, Lin Ling was never arrogant towards them. Apart from the occasional boasting, he was usually very approachable. Such sincerity naturally made Qi Shi very moved. I'll pass you the illusion god true inheritance that you want now. After pondering for a moment, Qi Shi finally spoke, causing Lin Ling to smile. Didn't you say that you would give it to me after the martial arts exchange? In the past, I wanted to test you a little, but now I feel that there's no need. Most importantly, the illusion god true inheritance will be buried in our hands. Instead, it will shine in your hands. Therefore, I want to ask you for a favor. Qi Shi enunciated each word clearly. Don't worry, I'll let it shock the entire spirit state. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. Then, an ancient jade slip appeared in Qi Shi's hand and he handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling checked it and found that the jade slip was blank. This caused him to raise his head in confusion. Take a closer look. Qi Shi's smile became somewhat mysterious. Hearing that, Lin Ling checked the jade slip again. He immediately discovered that there was a world in the jade slip. There were cities, people, flowers, and living creatures in it. Most importantly, the world in the Jade Scroll was a real existence. It was even larger than the interface, as if it was a new JoJo. So powerful. To store the primordial chaos in a jade slip, this is the work of a deity. Lin Ling let out a cry of surprise, but his brows soon furrowed. That's not right. The 9 prefectures were created by the deities, and it's also the only one. It's impossible for a jade scroll to contain the entire 9 prefectures. Junior brother Lin, I've realized that your perception is truly terrifying. When I first obtained this jade slip, I was deceived for a full 100 years. Hearing this, Qi Shi smiled. Look up at the sky, then look at the jade slip again. Alright. Lin Ling quickly retracted his gaze and looked up at the sky. His gaze then landed on the jade slip again. Suddenly, he found that the world within the jade slip had changed again. Countless Lin Lings had appeared, and they were all very lifelike. I understand now. Everything is an illusion, but it's also incomparably real. This is the true inheritance of the illusion god. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Correct, the true inheritance of the illusion god can change the world. Even deities would find it difficult to see through it. Qi Shi's gaze also became heated. At this moment, his body emitted a proud aura. In the illusion god sect, everyone disdained soul martial arts. However, how could they know how terrifying the true inheritance of the illusion god was? Think about it. When the illusion god was used, the 9 prefectures world would appear. This would make the enemy unable to tell whether they were in an illusion or reality. In this way, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless. As expected of the illusion god's inheritance of one of the 100 great bloodlines, Lin Ling also sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that his persistence during this period of time had not been in vain. Although the true inheritance of the illusion god has been passed to you, whether or not you can use it to its peak will depend on you. Right, junior brother Lin, can you tell me who you are? Qi Shi looked at Lin Ling and asked. Actually, you should have guessed it. All right. Lin Ling put away the jade slip and smiled. Now that he had obtained the true inheritance of the illusion god, it wasn't a big deal for Qi Shi to know his identity. Of course, Lin Ling didn't plan on hiding his identity from the beginning. He just didn't want to complicate matters. Actually, we have guessed it. All right. At this moment, even the Qi family siblings walked over. Qi Yu seemed innocent, but her beautiful eyes revealed a light of wisdom. You should be Yun Shangqing's younger brother. All right. Next, the 3 Qi family members spoke at the same time. Their words made Lin Ling dumbfounded. Yun Shangqing's attitude towards you is clearly different. Therefore, your relationship with him must not be shallow. Yes. And you're a man, so you're definitely not Yun Shangqing's girlfriend. Speculating a little more, we can easily guess that you should be his younger brother. Yes. That's right, junior brother Lin. The 3 of us seem to stand aloof from worldly affairs, but in reality, we're just hiding our sharpness. We're not idiots. Yes. The light of wisdom in the eyes of the 3 Qi family members became even more intense. Lin Ling was speechless. He couldn't help but explain, what qualifications does Lin Ling have to be my brother? In fact, I'm the senior brother Lin you speak of, which is Lin Ling. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 Qi family members were stunned. However, just when Lin Ling thought that they understood the reality, Qi Shi suddenly said, I'm also one of the 4 heavenly kings of Tantra. Yes. Obviously, they didn't think that junior brother Lin was Lin Ling. Because what kind of big shot was Lin Ling? He only appeared in their dreams. In reality, they could only hear his name forever. Lin Ling didn't want to explain anything. When others didn't believe him, no matter how he explained, it was futile. That night, Lin Ling eagerly started cultivating the illusory god true inheritance. This illusion god true inheritance was also divided into different levels. The first level, within 100 meters, could transform into a real person. A real person was immortal and indestructible, unbound by the gods, and unable to enter the 6 realms of reincarnation. This was clearly much more powerful than the illusions he had seen in the past. Moreover, when the illusion god true inheritance was cultivated to the Mahayana realm, it could transform the entire universe. Moreover, the illusions seemed fake, but they seemed real. What a profound soul martial art. After cultivating for a while, Lin Ling said in shock. At this moment, he even suspected that the current 9 prefectures was an illusion. He even suspected that he was real. Perhaps all of this was an illusion. However, he, Lin Ling, was immersed in the illusion. Such a grand Tao cultivation method was indeed endlessly profound. For the entire night, Lin Ling comprehended the illusion god true inheritance, completely perfecting the first level. It was even more powerful than Qi Yang's cultivation. Although the latter's illusions couldn't be seen as real or fake, they could be blasted apart. This was a huge weakness. However, Lin Ling's wasn't. It was a true immortal and indestructible. With this soul technique, even if I meet an expert, I can escape unscathed. Lin Ling was ecstatic. Right now, he had powerful techniques in the three domains of essence, energy, and spirit. Great solar calamity destroying bow. Time and space divine steel. Dragon bone. Scabbard. Mini Kunlun. Chapter 3085. Not qualified. A night of cultivation passed quietly. The next day, as the sun hung high in the sky, the three members of the Qi clan hurriedly went to find Lin Ling to participate in today's martial arts exchange. The martial arts exchange this time was hosted by the geniuses of the top 10 sections. To the various sects, it was an extremely grand event. However, to the tantric sect, it was very ordinary. However, when everyone arrived at the vast square, they found that the atmosphere was obviously different. This was because many of the geniuses from the 10 great sects were sitting at the edge of the square. I heard that a big shot is coming today. Yeah, I'm not too sure either, but our sect leader is rushing over right now. Our sect leader is the same. Moreover, I know an expert in the tantric sect. He sent me a voice transmission last night, saying that he had found Senior Brother Lin. He asked me if I was participating in the martial arts exchange and if I had seen Senior Brother Lin. I've heard about this too. The geniuses of the 10 great sects who were arrogant in the past did not even dare to speak loudly at this moment. As for the people from the various sects, they were even more so. Each and every one of them was filled with fear and anticipation. Could it be that Senior Brother Lin was also coming to the martial arts exchange? Some of the better-looking girls were quietly swallowing pills and dressing up to make themselves look more attractive. They hoped that they would be able to win the favor of the genius of Tantra. Of course, if Senior Brother Lin thinks highly of me, that would be even better. Junior Brother Lin, I heard that a big shot is coming. Senior Brother Lin seems to be coming too. Didn't you say that Senior Brother Lin went missing? Beside Lin Ling, Chiyu asked suspiciously after she heard the news. Looks like our luck is pretty good. We're going to meet the strongest cultivators of the spirit state today. Qiyang didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was extremely excited. For example, Lin Ling was in Qingzhou and was suddenly going to meet Emperor Qing today. Therefore, he was naturally looking forward to meeting the man who was famous in the divine land but had never met before. Lin Ling smiled and immediately guessed that Yun Shangqing must have informed the tantric sect. However, Lin Ling didn't mind. He was planning to leave anyway. Moreover, he guessed that Yu, Big Brother, and the others would also come. Your junior brother Lin? At this time, a gaze suddenly turned towards Lin Ling's direction. Among the geniuses from the 10 great sects, someone slowly walked over. Azure Sea Sect's Mist Monarch? Someone with sharp eyes recognized that prodigy. Although that person wasn't as famous as Yun Shangqing, he wasn't someone the great sects could provoke. He shouldn't know Junior Brother Lin. Why is he walking towards Junior Brother Lin? Seeing the other party's cold expression, Chiyu started to worry. That's right, I'm Junior Brother Lin. Or you. Lin Ling also looked at the other party and smiled casually. Ignorant trash, don't think that you can do whatever you want with Senior Brother Yun's protection. Senior Brother Wu isn't even afraid of Senior Brother Yun. At this moment, another person walked out from the illusionary god sect. It was Gu Mingjun. Many people guessed that the Mist Emperor had been invited by Gu Mingjun. That's right, although Senior Brother Yun isn't to be underestimated, if we wanted to teach you a lesson, I don't think he would help us just to offend us. Another voice drifted out. It was also a genius from the 10 great sects. The entire square fell silent. All the geniuses were reprimanding Junior Brother Lin. Everyone felt bad for Junior Brother Lin. For Senior Brother Yun's sake, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to Gu Mingjun, and I'll forgive you this time. The Mist Monarch stopped in front of Lin Ling. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look extraordinarily mighty. Lin Ling smiled. He originally wanted to use his strength, but when he thought of the tantric experts that were about to arrive, he was too lazy to do so. He said disdainfully, I don't know which sect you're from, but aren't you afraid that your sect master will slap your face for speaking to me like that? Furthermore, even if your sect master was here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. As soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, the whole city was shocked. Even Gu Mingjuan's heart was pounding. Lin Ling offended a genius from the 10 great sections. That was already a huge disaster. In the end, Lin Ling even insulted the sect masters of the 10 great sections. Even a deity wouldn't be able to save junior brother Lin. You're too stubborn. You still won't bow your head in front of the 10 great sections. If they kill you, no one will plead for you. Even Yi Mingrua was shaking her head, but her words were filled with schadenfreude. It's over. Yun Shangqing alone won't be able to save junior brother Lin. The 3 from the Qi family wanted nothing more than to shut Lin Ling's mouth and stop him from speaking nonsense. You're very brave. At that moment, the Mist Monarch was so angry that he laughed. He hadn't met such a stubborn junior in the various sects for a long time. Do you know that with your strength and identity, I can kill you with a single finger? His voice turned cold, letting everyone know that the Mist Monarch was about to explode. Seeing this, Qi Shi quietly took a step forward and pulled Lin Ling. Then, he quickly bowed to the Mist Monarch and said, "He doesn't know how to speak. Please don't mind him. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. Right now, the big shots are coming. That's why I haven't done anything yet. Don't think that I don't dare to teach him a lesson." Hearing this, the Mist Monarch's tone wasn't as cold as before. However, tell him to keep a low profile. There are some people that he can't afford to offend. When we get back, if he offends anyone, he'll have to apologize himself. This made Qi Shi relax. He pulled Lin Ling and wanted to leave the crowd. However, Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree and couldn't be pulled away. You're not qualified. Hearing this, Qi Shi almost fainted from anger. He had finally made the Mist Monarch vent his anger. Who knew that Lin Ling's words would reignite the flame that had just been extinguished? Heavens, this guy's mouth. I really want to stuff it up. The sect leader of the Illusion God sect was also stunned. Veins popped out on his forehead. Junior brother Lin was very arrogant towards him in the Illusion God sect. He could tolerate it and pretend that he didn't see it. However, when it came to the geniuses of the 10 great sects, could junior brother Lin not be so arrogant? It's been a long time since I've seen such a death-seeking person. What if I were included? Would I be qualified? The Mist Monarch was obviously about to explode from anger. However, before he could speak, another genius from the 10 great sects spoke up. Obviously, he was also angry at Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. Not enough. However, Lin Ling shook his head. What if I were included? Another genius from the 10 great sects spoke up. Still not enough. Lin Ling didn't even look at that person as he spoke honestly. This time, the entire square became even more silent. To the other sects, a junior from the Illusionary God sect was going against the heavens. Even Gu Mingjun almost fell to the ground. He had invited a genius to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now it seemed that he didn't even need to invite Lin Ling. Lin Ling would trample on all of them. Okay, what if I were included? At this time, a thunderous voice came from afar. A burly young man in the second layer of the half-step saint realm walked over in a grandiose manner. His appearance caused even the various sect leaders to feel extremely pressured. This was clearly a genius from the Tantric sect. Brother 2, you're back. Chapter 3086. A big shot has arrived. Gu Mingjun was lucky enough to meet a dying young man in a secret realm in the Spirit Province. He saw how powerful the young man was, so he tried his best to save him. In the end, the young man recovered from his injuries and called him brother. Later on, he found out that the young man was a genius of the Tantric sect. He was on the same level as the legendary junior brother Lin. Of course, he wasn't as important as the latter. At that time, he knew that he had hooked up with someone powerful. Therefore, when he knew that Brother 2 had returned from the Cloud Province, he immediately invited him to kill Yun Shangqing's spirit. He wanted to tell Yun Shangqing that he, Gu Mingjun, also knew someone in the Tantric sect. This person looks unfamiliar. I'm afraid he's a genius of the Tantric sect. Such a genius only returns once in 100 years. I didn't expect him to come today. Sigh. The Illusion God sect has provoked a big enemy today. Sigh. The square was also quietly filled with the sounds of discussion. However, when everyone was looking at the aggressive genius of the tantric sect, a faint voice sounded in their ears. You're not enough. Sigh. Boom. The square seemed to explode. Everyone was shocked, then they became numb. That kid was more than heaven-defying. He was going to kill his way up to the 9 heavens. Gu Mingjun, the geniuses of the 10 great sects, the 3 sons of the Qi family, the sect leader of the illusion god sect, and everyone else had their mouths agape. That kid offended the geniuses of the 10 great sects. That's one thing, but he didn't even put a genius of the tantric sect in his eyes? One had to know that the tantric sect was in the half-saint realm. Many people shook their heads, thinking that junior brother Lin wouldn't live past tomorrow. Sigh, junior brother Lin is dead for sure. I only hope that he doesn't implicate the illusion god sect. Yimingrua also sighed. She seemed to feel sorry for Lin Ling, but her eyes were filled with schadenfreude. At this moment, the genius of the tantric sect finally landed on the ground. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. In fact, he was surprised and didn't know what was good for him. He wanted to kill this kid with a slap. Rumble. However, at this moment, the clouds in the distance rolled. A large amount of terrifying aura spread out like a tide, making it difficult for everyone in the square to breathe. The tantric sect is here. Sigh. It was unknown who let out a cry of surprise, but it made everyone look forward to it even more. Brat, consider yourself lucky. When this martial arts exchange is over, you'll know how to write the word regret. The genius from the tantric sect swept a cold and indifferent glance at Lin Ling as he spoke with disdain. After speaking, he turned around and strode forward, preparing to welcome the experts from the tantric sect. You don't know what's good for you. You've offended Brother Tuesday. Just wait for someone to collect your corpse. Gu Mingjun sneered and followed Tugu. The other 10 geniuses also looked at Lin Ling mockingly, their eyes full of pity. Even the people from the illusion god sect were the same. Aside from the 3 sons of the Qi clan, everyone else was gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune. Yimingrua even let out a bell-like laugh as she muttered to herself, as expected of senior brother Lin, the genius who dominates the spirit province and dares to step on everyone. How majestic! Qi Yu frowned. Senior brother Lin? What's senior brother Lin? Someone thinks he's senior brother Lin. Junior sister Qi Yu, you should ask him yourself. Yimingrua stared at Lin Ling. At this moment, the 3 sons of the Qi clan could hear the sarcasm in Yimingrua's words. If he's senior brother Lin, then I'm one of the 4 heavenly kings of the tantric sect. The people from the illusion god sect were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a toad. How could this brat have the face to call himself senior brother Lin? Junior brother Lin, did you say those words? Qi Yu couldn't help but ask Lin Ling. I did say those words. I'm senior brother Lin, so there's no need to hide anything. Lin Ling calmly looked at Qi Yu. Qi Yu froze on the spot, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. Junior brother Lin, what kind of situation are you in? You can still brag with a straight face. You don't even blink. I admire you. Before Qi Yu could speak, Qi Yang couldn't help but speak. They sympathized with Lin Ling and wanted to help him. However, the premise was that Lin Ling wasn't so arrogant. Not long ago, he had trampled on all the geniuses, and now he was boasting that he was senior brother Lin. Couldn't he behave himself? Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the distant sky. Rumble. In the distance, thunderous booms could be heard. More and more experts were arriving. Woo-woo. 9 phoenixes were singing and peach blossoms were sprinkling down. The phoenixes were full of beauties. They were from the fairy sect. Rumble. On the ground, more than 1,000 giants were approaching. They were like moving mountains, and on the shoulders of each giant stood a powerful martial artist. On the other side, a huge palace was crashing down like a meteorite. It was earth-shattering. Half of the spirit state was in turmoil. There were countless experts, and the light of the saints shrouded the square. How terrifying! No one didn't cry out in surprise. No one had expected so many great figures to come. Why are they here? I heard that they're here for Senior Brother Lin. Maybe Senior Brother Lin is among them. No matter who they're here for, it's the greatest blessing of my life to see so many saints today. Everyone in the square was in high spirits. Some of them were even trembling, and the weaker ones knelt down directly. What a grand scene. I've been in the Tantric sect for many years, and this is the first time I've seen so many experts come out in full force. Brother Tu said solemnly with his hands behind his back. He had been shining brightly before, but now he was as dim as an ant. Brother Tu, are they here for Senior Brother Lin? Gu Mingjun was still in shock. That's right. No one has such charisma except for Senior Brother Lin. Even I can't compare to Senior Brother Lin. Brother Tu nodded with admiration in his eyes. That can't be. Brother Tu is a genius of the Tantric sect. Have you not fought with him before? Gu Mingjun was shocked. Brother Tu shook his head. I just came back not long ago, so I haven't seen Senior Brother Lin. However, he has a brother called Sakura, and he's extremely powerful. A month ago, I fought with him and returned with a draw. He's a martial immortal, and his strength is terrifying. Most importantly, I heard that Senior Brother Lin is even stronger than Sakura. From this, you can see how powerful he is, and why the Tantric sect values him so much. Upon hearing this, the 10 great geniuses beside him inhaled a breath of cold air. A peculiar glint flashed across Gu Mingjun's eyes as he expectantly said, Brother Tu, you are a genius of the Tantric sect. Senior Lin will definitely give you face. May I know if you can recommend me to meet him? I have the same idea. The other geniuses immediately said excitedly. I'll try my best. Brother Tu nodded slightly, but he also smiled. However, I can't guarantee that he'll meet you. Even I can't guarantee that he'll give me face if I invite him. It's okay, I'll try my best. Chapter 3087. The real Senior Brother Lin is back. Gu Mingjun was getting more and more excited. If he could get to know Senior Brother Lin, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Spirit Province. He couldn't help but look at Junior Brother Lin, who had shrunk back into the crowd. The disdainful smile on his face deepened. Junior Brother Lin was so arrogant just now. Will he still dare to be so arrogant when he sees Senior Brother Lin? However, Gu Mingjun guessed that Junior Brother Lin would definitely not dare to. Look at that girl. She's so beautiful. That's Longyang. Oh my god, she's as beautiful as the rumors say. She's here too. Could it be that she's here for Senior Brother Lin? Moreover, the sect leaders of the 10 great sects are all here. Those powerhouses are so scary. They're all saints. Could it be that the Tantric sect's lord is here too? As time passed, the powerhouses in the sky landed on the ground. The entire plaza was in an uproar. This was because the number of powerhouses that the Tantric sect had sent was beyond their imagination. Today is a big day for the Tantric sect. After the powerhouses landed, a young man walked out with a smile. It was Yun Shangqing. Previously, he and his father had gone to welcome the powerhouses of the Tantric sect. However, he didn't expect the Tantric sect to send so many powerhouses. They were all here to welcome Senior Brother Lin. From this, one could see how important Senior Brother Lin was. Moreover, he was the host of this banquet. This made him feel very proud, and he felt like he was bringing honor to his ancestors. This was all thanks to Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin, please come out. The Tantric sect is here to welcome you. Yes. After Yun Shangqing's voice fell, the entire plaza subconsciously fell silent. The powerhouses of the Spirit Province and the other big shots sat with serious expressions. As for the 4 heavenly kings, they smiled. They had finally found Lin Ling and he was fine. This made them feel as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. Second brother has escaped death. I've been worried sick for the past few days. Second sister, you can rest assured. Yes. Among them, Sakura also faintly smiled as he looked at the 2 beauties beside him and said, they were Yu and Yu. At that moment, they both smiled and nodded. Senior Brother Lin, please come out. Yes. Yun Shangqing's voice became even more agitated as he yelled again. Senior Marshal Brother Lin really came. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope he'll look at me. Many of the sects in the square craned their necks. They wanted to see the legendary figure, but they also wanted to be noticed by this figure. Senior Marshal Brother Lin. Even the third son of the Qi clan, Qi Yu, had a strange look in his eyes. I'm guessing that he must be very handsome. Sister, don't hope that he'll take a fancy to you. You're not good enough for him. Even though Qi Yang was the elder brother, he still couldn't help but strike a blow. However, Qi Yu didn't mind. She also knew that the extravagant hope in her heart was impossible. She smiled and said, to be able to speak to him, or for him to look at me, that would be enough. I would also be able to make all the sects in the south of the Spirit Province, and even the Illusion God sect endlessly jealous. You? A toad lusting after a swan. However, Yimingruo immediately struck a blow. She sprinkled her light and quietly dressed herself up, as if she was anticipating being noticed by Senior Marshal Brother Lin. This also made Qi Shi and the sect master of the Illusion God sect shake their heads helplessly. This Senior Marshal Brother Lin hadn't even arrived yet, but the Spirit Province was already boiling like boiling water. Apart from the younger generation, he also saw some old women who were close to 50 years old. They were also quietly dressing up. Of course, when they looked around, they also discovered that a person calmly walked out from beside them. It was Lin Ling. Junior Marshal Brother Lin, what are you doing? Qi Shi couldn't help but exclaim. The current situation was different from before. Half of the entire Spirit Province had arrived. At this crucial moment, Junior Marshal Brother Lin shouldn't suddenly do something stupid. Are you crazy? They're looking for Senior Marshal Brother Lin. Do you want to die? Even Yi Mingruo stopped dressing up. Her beautiful eyes were fixated on Lin Ling. They're actually looking for me. Lin Ling didn't even look at the crowd as he strode forward. Junior Marshal Brother Lin. Qi Yu hurriedly stretched out her hand, wanting to pull Lin Ling back. However, it was already too late. This was because Lin Ling had already walked out from the various major sects and became the most dazzling star. At this moment, he was like a ray of light that illuminated the entire Spirit Province. The square was also deathly silent. Gu Mingjun was tongue-tied. Heavens, was that guy's head smacked by a donkey? Gu, you've been to the 9 prefectures, have you ever seen such a person? Another genius said nervously. Ji's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He shook his head blankly. No, but I'm sure that even if we don't do anything, he's dead for sure. He knew very well that the saints of the spirit state all had their own dignity. If they violated their dignity, it would not be as simple as just teaching them a lesson. The result would definitely be death, and even the sect they belonged to would be eradicated. Come back, you beast! Someone from the illusionary god sect almost rushed out, afraid of being implicated by Lin Ling. But at this moment, a smiling voice suddenly sounded, "You're finally back, second brother." Everyone was stunned when they heard that. What did second brother mean? At this moment, another voice sounded. It was as clear as a bell and extremely pleasant to the ears. She was also the number 1 beauty of the tantric sect, Longyang. You're back, Senior Brother Lin. Then, laughter sounded at the same time. Welcome back, Senior Brother Lin. Congratulations on your return, Senior Brother Lin. Those voices were not loud, but they rushed into Gu Mingjuan's ears like waves, leaving them dumbfounded. They even looked at the most powerful people of the tantric sect for help, hoping that those powerful people could give them some answers. Among the powerful people of the tantric sect, an old man who looked like a saint stroked his beard and finally smiled faintly. Disciple, you're back. His voice was filled with joy, but it was like the realm emperor of the spirit province, announcing it to the world. Senior Brother Lin? Countless people's eyes almost popped out of their eye sockets. In their eyes, the blue-robed young man had his hands behind his back. His steps were steady as if he had walked from the most inconspicuous corner of the spirit province to the peak of the spirit province. This let them know that the real senior brother Lin had returned. Junior brother Lin? No, he's senior brother Lin? Yimingrua could not even speak properly. She felt as if she had encountered the biggest joke in her life. That's senior brother Lin? Oh my God, I think I've seen him before. Not only have you seen him before, I've seen him a few times in the illusionary sect. Could it be that senior brother Lin has been with us all this time? The disciples of the various sects were shocked when they realized what was going on. Many of them could not even believe what they were seeing. However, the powerful people of the Spirit Province should not have misjudged him, right? Therefore, even if they did not believe it, they had to admit it was the truth. Junior brother Lin, is it really senior brother Lin? Of course, the ones who were the most shocked were the 3 sons of the Qi family. That was because they had lived with Lin Ling for a few months. Little sister, the person you've always dreamed of meeting is actually right beside you. Over the past few months, you've not only spoken a single word to him, he's also looked at you more than once. Qi Yang's mouth trembled as he spoke. Chapter 3088. Laughing at the World. In their minds, junior brother Lin was a man of few words who cultivated all the time and liked to brag. Now, he was talking to a big shot who had defeated the geniuses of the Tantric sect, trampled on the geniuses of the 10 major sects, and caused an earthquake in the spirit state. They merged together quietly. This changed the way they looked at Lin Ling. They no longer looked at him like before. Instead, they looked at him with reverence. The entire square was dead silent. Only the Tantric sect's bigwigs kept talking to Lin Ling. Those who knew Lin Ling and those who didn't know Lin Ling were all smiling ingratiatingly. This was because they knew that Lin Ling's disappearance had caused a huge commotion in the Tantric sect. This proved that Lin Ling was being groomed by the Tantric sect as a Tantric sect master. Young friend Lin, I'm the sect master of the fairy sect. We've met once before. My son is Yun Shangqing. Do you still remember him? The sect masters of the 10 major sects were all sucking up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His gaze landed on Yun Shangqing's father, causing the latter to smile excitedly. This was a great opportunity. Shangqing, come and greet senior brother Lin. No need. I'll meet him myself. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked towards the 10 geniuses. Beside him, the sect leaders of the various major sects followed with fawning expressions. There was even a hint of envy in their eyes. Yun Shangqing's father was too smart to recommend his son at such a critical moment. His son might become a genius of the Tantric sect immediately. Therefore, they had to seize the opportunity to recommend the outstanding genius of their sects. SS senior brother Lin. Yun Shangqing stuttered when he saw the calm Lin Ling in front of him. I promised you something. You can mention it now. Lin Ling said, I want to become a genius of the Tantric sect. Yun Shangqing shuddered. The geniuses of the Tantric sect were divided into different levels. The higher the level, the higher the status, and the more cultivation resources. Alright. Lin Ling simply nodded. Master should be able to do such a small thing. In reality, Xing Shiyun didn't care about what Lin Ling was saying. To him, the return of his disciple was more important than anything else. Even if his disciple wanted the son of Spirit Province, he could still take it down. Senior brother Lin, this way please. Seeing Yun Shangqing's meteoric rise, the various sect masters were unwilling to be outdone. They asked Lin Ling to follow the geniuses of the 10 great sections. As for the geniuses from the 10 great sects, all of them lowered their heads. Among them was Gu Mingjun. His expression was one of confusion. Until now, he had never placed Lin Ling in his eyes and thought that Lin Ling was a pile of shit on the earth while he was a soaring eagle in the sky. But now, it was clear who was a pile of shit. However, when Lin Ling walked past them, he did not even look at them. Not even a breath's worth of time was enough for Lin Ling to look at him. Even Brother Tu, a tantric genius, could not make Lin Ling look at him. This was a silent humiliation. This meant that none of them were worthy of Lin Ling's attention. Instantly, all the geniuses trembled. Were they that bad? So bad that he couldn't even be bothered to look at them. I don't know what's good for me, However, Lin Ling walked past them and chuckled to himself. His words were like thunder. It made the hearts of all the geniuses tremble. Previously, they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. At that time, Lin Ling said that they weren't qualified and that it would be the same no matter how many people came. This made them think that Lin Ling didn't know what was good for him. But now, they thought that Lin Ling could stomp all of them to death with one foot. This made them lower their heads and their eyes filled with anger. However, when they thought of the power that senior brother Lin brought, their anger turned into despair. Sigh, we can't be worthy of young friend Lin's attention. The sect leaders of the major sects sighed softly. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was like a bright lamp that attracted the attention of everyone in the spirit state. He walked past the geniuses of the top 10 sects and gradually arrived at the side of the major sects. The people of the major sects were all excited. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to look directly at him. Some of them even knelt down. However, Lin Ling's footsteps suddenly stopped before a woman. Surprisingly, that woman was Yi Mingru. She stared fixedly at Lin Ling, and her eyes were still filled with shock, bewilderment, unwillingness, and rage. But in the end, they transformed into helplessness. Previously, Lin Ling had said that he was senior brother Lin. At that time, she didn't believe it. Now, she had obviously been slapped in the face. Therefore, she knew that junior brother Lin would definitely reprimand and mock her. Lin Ling looked at the group of people indifferently. Suddenly, a laughter that shook the 9 heavens was heard. Laughing waves. Laughing wildly at the world. After laughing, Lin Ling turned around and left. He didn't say anything. He replied to the people of the illusionary god sect with a smile. His smile told Yi Mingrua how lowly they were. At this moment, Yi Mingrua also laughed. She laughed silently, powerlessly, and regretfully. Could she only make junior brother Lin laugh? She didn't even have the right to make junior brother Lin speak. Once, there was a bright path in front of her eyes. However, she missed it. She laughed at that path and looked down on it. If she was given a chance now, she would seize it and not let it go for 10,000 years. Unfortunately, the chance was gone. None of the top 10 sects could make Lin Ling speak. It was the same for the major sects. However, Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. "Chi-Shi, are you willing to follow me to the tantric sect?" Lin Ling's voice floated out. He smiled. The 3 sons of the Qi family were all stunned. "Qi Yang, Qi Yu, are you willing to become a genius of the tantric sect?" Lin Ling asked again. The bodies of the 3 sons of the Qi family continued to tremble. "Oh, if you're not willing, then forget it." Seeing that they were so excited that they didn't know what to say, Lin Ling shrugged helplessly and turned to leave. Bang! The 3 of them immediately knelt down on one knee. "I'm willing. 100 times willing. Junior brother Lin, don't leave us behind." The 3 of them shouted one after another, as if they were afraid that Lin Ling would ignore them after walking away. "Junior brother Lin, you once said that in the spirit province, as long as we mention your name, we can do whatever we want." Qi Yu's eyes were moist. "Those words are still valid." Lin Ling waved his hand with his back to them. The smile on his face became wider, causing the 3 sons of the Qi family to smile crazily. Especially Chi-Shi. He knew that the illusion god True Inheritance had found the best owner. The entire illusionary god sect looked at the 3 sons of the Qi family with envy. The sect leader was stunned for a long time before he finally slapped himself. "I'm fucking stupid." However, no one laughed at him. Instead, they only felt sympathy for him. As for the tantric sect elites, they naturally wouldn't care about this ant. They all smiled at Lin Ling. Brother Ling. Yu Yu and Shen Yuangu had already pounced on Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling tightly. "Sorry for making you worry." Chapter 3089. Back to the tantric sect. The scene was extremely silent. All the experts in half of the spirit state looked at the 3 of them with gratified smiles. They didn't interrupt this heartwarming moment. "So he has a wife, and she's so beautiful." Wow. Long Yang's eyes kept flickering in the fairy sect. No wonder Lin Ling had always been dismissive of her. Most importantly, she realized that apart from being weaker, Lin Ling's wife was as beautiful and elegant as her. Under everyone's envious gazes, Lin Ling held Yu Yu and the rest's hands and strode into the distance. Once he moved, the powerful cultivators of the spirit state all left, as if a single strand of hair would move the entire body. This further proved that all the big shots in half of the spirit state had come here today for senior brother Lin. Gu Mingjun, stop looking. You'll never catch up with him. He's already at the top of the spirit state. Among the geniuses from the top 10 sects, Brother Tu looked into the distance and sighed. In fact, if Lin Ling had wanted to kill him, no one would have stopped him. Unfortunately, he was too lowly. The lowly Lin Ling didn't even have the motivation to kill him. Gu Mingjuan's eyes kept trembling. His size and helplessness turned into admiration. He knew that he couldn't compare to Lin Ling. He would never be able to compare. He could only look up to Lin Ling for the rest of his life. When he thought of his disdain for Lin Ling, the self-deprecating smile on his face deepened. Qiyang, where are you going? At this moment, an exclamation came from the illusionary god sect. The three from the Qi family stepped forward and walked into the distance. To the tantric sect. The three of them didn't turn back. Can you bring me along? The previous exclamation sounded again, but this time it turned into a pleading. She was Yi Mingrua. It's too late. Among the three from the Qi family, Qi Yang stopped and looked at Yi Mingrua calmly. His words made the latter's heart tremble. She wanted to say something, but Qi Yang had already left with his father. They walked further and further as if they had reached the highest mountain in the spirit state. This made Yi Meng realize that from now on, she and Qi Yang were people from two different worlds. She could only appear at the bottom of the well, a frog at the bottom of the well. But after an unknown period of time, Yi Mingrua finally burst into tears. Her cries were extremely miserable. Many people around the square heaved a long sigh. If they were Yi Mingrua, they would probably cry too. Now, I also feel like crying. The sect master of the illusion god sect was at a loss, but he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Under the blue sky, a large number of people turned into rainbows and flew into the distance. Disciple, what happened? Who the hell dares to kill you? Are you trying to rebel? Xing Shiyun looked at Lin Ling and said, the disciple of the heavenly court's martial god Qilin. Lin Ling did not hide anything from Xing Xiuyun. His words stunned the latter. If his opponent was a powerful cultivator from the spirit state, Qing state, or heaven state, he wouldn't be afraid at all. However, the heavenly court was no small matter, because it was a great power that spread throughout the 9 states. This is a little troublesome, Xing Shiyun said with a frown. He glanced at the master of the tantric sect, and the latter nodded. Master, I'll settle this myself. Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart. Although he knew that the tantric sect couldn't afford to offend the heavenly court, he also knew that if the heavenly court wanted to kill him, his master would definitely be the first to stand up and protect him. At this moment, he silently acknowledged Xing Shiyun's identity as his master. However, master, you don't have to worry too much. Although the heavenly court wants to catch me, they don't know where I am. The 9 states is vast and boundless. It will take a lot of time to find me. Lin Ling comforted Xing Shiyun. That's true. Xing Shiyun nodded. The majestic crowd finally returned to the huge valley. At this moment, the valley was packed with people, and the sound of chatter could be heard from time to time. I heard that Senior Lin is coming back. TSK, I didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. In order to welcome him, all the powerful cultivators of the tantric sect have been mobilized. I think you're just jealous. However, Senior Lin is the disciple of the 4 heavenly kings, and he's very powerful. It's no wonder you're jealous. What's there to be jealous of? It's better that Senior Lin is always in his strongest state. Otherwise, if he weakens one day and is kicked out of the sect, it won't be good. The higher you fly, the more painful it is to fall. I dare you to say that again. All kinds of voices could be heard in every corner of the valley. Some people admired Lin Ling, and some people were jealous of Lin Ling. Everyone had their own thoughts. Senior brother Dongmen, what do you think? Under an ancient tree, several figures leaned against the ancient tree and smiled faintly. One of them touched his nose and said casually, "What's there to see? He's just a martial immortal. That's all there is to it." Another person shrugged as if he didn't care at all. This Senior Lin is no ordinary martial immortal. It's said that Cho Junlang was defeated by him. This Senior Lin's strength is quite extraordinary. The person who spoke first warned. At this moment, the eyes of the few people who were calm and collected earlier started to flicker. However, the young man who led the group still had a calm expression on his face. Most importantly, this person even rejected the Dragon Mother in front of countless people. This kind of courage is extremely extraordinary. That person continued to speak. "Oh, I've underestimated him." Hearing those words, the young man who led the group also had a serious expression. Those people were all geniuses of the Tantra. The young man who led the group was the second genius of the Tantra. He was extremely powerful and was heavily nurtured by the entire Tantra. TSK, as the rumors say, the entire sect has moved out. However, Senior Brother Dongmen, last time when you were being chased by your enemies, I remember that the Lord of the Tantra only asked you a question out of concern. Not to mention the entire sect moving out, even the Lord of the Tantra didn't come out to look for you. Sai, I feel that it's unfair for you. No matter what, you're the second genius of the Tantra. Why is your treatment worse than Lin Ling's? The young man who spoke first said again. His words were trying to sow discord. How could Senior Brother Dongmen not know that? However, even though he knew, he still felt very uncomfortable. The difference in treatment between him and Lin Ling was simply too great. And Lin Ling, what right did he have? Rumble. At the same time, the various big shots in the sky had returned, causing the entire valley to become extremely lively. Of course, when they saw the blue-robed young man, many people were in awe and envy. Sure enough, it was as the rumors said. In order to welcome Lin Ling, the entire sect's experts had turned out in full force. He was also the rising star with the greatest reputation in the history of the Tantra. Senior Brother Lin. Welcome back. Many people were no fools. They immediately started to flatter him. Chapter 3090. The Powerful Dongmen Hong. Hee, I've long heard of Senior Brother Lin's name. However, at that moment, a chuckle was heard. A few figures with extraordinary auras walked over slowly from afar. The leader had his hands behind his back. He had a friendly smile on his face, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Dongmen Hong. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the young man in the lead. He was a genius at the level of Tantric Buddhism. Furthermore, he was ranked second in the entire Tantric Buddhism. He was also an important figure who could shake the entire spirit state. In the past, many people would give face to Dongmen Hong and allow him to be ranked only below the 4 heavenly kings. However, Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere. In many people's hearts, Lin Ling's potential was stronger than Dongmen Hong's. Dongmen Hong, what's the matter? The Tantric Buddhism master suddenly asked. This made Dongmen Hong frown. In the past, the Tantric Buddhism master would always smile when he saw him. However, this time, the Tantric Buddhism master seemed to be reprimanding him. This attitude made him unhappy instantly. This was because he knew that the Tantric Buddhism master was acting this way because of Lin Ling. Tantric Buddhism master, it's nothing. I've heard of Senior Brother Lin's name for a long time, so I'd like to spar with him. Dongmen Hong went straight to the point in an overbearing manner. What? Tantric Buddhism master was shocked. No one expected Dongmen Hong to make such a request. Could it be that Senior Brother Dongmen is envious of Lin Ling's treatment? I think so. After all, Senior Brother Dongmen is ranked second in Tantric Buddhism. He has won endless glory for Tantric Buddhism. On the other hand, Lin Ling has only been famous for a short period of time, but he's more valued than Senior Brother Dongmen. Senior Brother Dongmen definitely won't be able to take it lying down. However, Senior Brother Dongmen is a 4th heaven half-saint. He also has a powerful third-grade desolate body. His ultimate martial Dao foundation is also deep. How can senior brother Lin be his match? People began to discuss animatedly. Dong Menhong, you're being ridiculous. The Tantric Buddhism master frowned and reprimanded. Tantric Buddhism master, may I ask what right do men have to walk the world? Buddhism master, may I ask what is the universe chaos world? Lord Tantric Buddhism, may I ask, if a martial artist has Dakai in his heart, how would he face it? Dong Menhong took a step forward and looked at the master of Tantra fearlessly. The entire Tantric sect fell silent. The Tantric Sama frowned even harder. Martial artists rely on their strength to traverse the world. In this chaotic universe, strength is everything. If a martial artist has something in his heart, he must face it head-on. Right now, Lin Ling is the person in my heart. I, Dong Menhong, am open and honest. I will say whatever comes to my mind. If I have been rude, please forgive me, Master Tantric Sect. Dong Menhong's voice was like thunder, powerful and resonant. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the hearts of many people in the Tantric sect surged. Although Dong Menhong was a little overbearing, it was undeniable that his words made sense. If a cultivator had misgivings and was afraid of everything, how would they be able to leave the 9 prefectures? I don't agree to your conditions. The Tantric swordsman said coldly. He still did not agree to Dong Menhong's request. I quit Tantric Buddhism. However, Dong Menhong refused to back down and refused to back down. At this moment, the Tantric swordsman's expression changed drastically. Dong Menhong was the future of Tantric Buddhism. Tantric Buddhism had given him countless resources to nurture. If he quit Tantric Buddhism, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss to Tantric Buddhism. This also made the Tantric swordsman fall silent. Seeing this, Dong Menhong's lips curled into a smile. He knew that the Tantric swordsman would not dare to reject his request. His gaze also began to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he looked at Dong Menhong calmly. In the beginning, he did not know why Dong Menhong was targeting him. However, he now knew that it was because of jealousy. Senior brother Lin, since you're my senior brother, do you dare to accept my challenge? Dong Menhong took a step forward and said calmly. However, he became even more aggressive. Moreover, according to seniority, he was actually Lin Ling's senior brother. However, he did not address himself as senior brother. This was to force Lin Ling to accept the challenge. One had to admit that although this person looked arrogant, he was also very meticulous. How can he accept the challenge? Senior brother Lin can defeat senior brother Chiu. However, senior brother Dong Men is not like senior brother Chiu. He's a 4th stage half-saint. Senior brother Lin's ability to fight above his level is very strong. However, it's impossible for him to defeat a 4th stage half-saint. That's right. If senior brother Lin was a 1st stage half-saint, I would think highly of him. In fact, if he was given more time, I would think highly of him too. However, senior brother Lin is still a little weak now. Although the crowd was looking forward to this battle, they also felt that it was a little unfair. Only a coward would not accept the challenge. Of course, there were those who admired Lin Ling naturally, there were also those who were jealous of Lin Ling. Therefore, they sneered harshly. Since you're so powerful, why don't you come? However, those who admired Lin Ling did not back down and retaliated. The entire Tantric Buddhism was like boiling water. The battle between the peerless genius Lin Ling and the second peerless genius of Tantric Buddhism had undoubtedly become the focus of Tantric Buddhism. I'll admit defeat on his behalf. However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly rang out. It was Xing Xiun. He obviously knew how powerful Dong Menhong was. He also knew that Dong Menhong had defeated half of the 7th-stage half-saints before. He was a true genius. In the entire vast spirit state, there were only 3 rising stars who could compete with him. The spirit state was ranked 4th in the entire 9 states. Below it were the 5 divine lands. Therefore, to be able to rise in the spirit state, he was naturally not weak. Admit defeat? Dong Menhong smiled faintly, and his voice became longer. It was as if he wanted to let everyone in Tantric Buddhism know that Lin Ling was just SOSO. He was not worthy of all the elders of Tantric Buddhism to welcome him. That's right, I'll admit defeat on his behalf. Xing Shiyun was expressionless. Although he was angry at Dong Menhong's rudeness, he still had to give face to the Lord of Tantric Buddhism. Admit defeat? Dong Menhong dragged out his tone again. His tone was laced with sarcasm. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused Xing Shiyun and the other elders' expressions to change, because they had never thought that Lin Ling was Dong Menhong's match. Hi, you're brave. Senior brother Lin, I know you're not weak. However, do you know who you're talking to? Dong Menhong smiled faintly. Outside his body, a terrifying amount of boundary essence exploded. Rumble. The entire Tantric Buddhism shook. Those who were not at the fifth stage of the half-saint realm felt as if they were being suppressed by a huge mountain, because there was indeed a huge ancient green mountain crashing down from the sky. The strength of this power was comparable to the ancient power. Do you know who you're talking to? Dong Menhong obviously wanted to let everyone know the difference between him and Lin Ling. He raised his right hand high up and an ancient black stone pagoda floated out. It was as if it was suppressing the entire spirit state. Black light shot into the sky. It was as if the Kurishin bloodline had arrived. 5th grade extreme weapon, Mountain Sea Blunt Pagoda. At this moment, the Lord of Tantric Buddhism also spoke. His voice was filled with seriousness. Is this the treasure that defeated all the geniuses in the spirit state and finally ruled over the 4 continents? Chapter 3091. He accepted the challenge. I heard that such a terrifying treasure was obtained by senior brother Dongmen in a miracle. Everyone looked at the sky in fear. Dark clouds were rolling as if a god had returned. Rumble. However, this was not the end. Endless black light began to envelop the spirit state, turning the entire plane into night. What's happening? Why did it suddenly become night? Looks like this is the doing of an expert. Tisk TSK, the spirit state is ranked 4th in the 9 states. To be able to change the climate of the spirit state, this method is truly impressive. In every corner of the spirit state, countless warriors looked at the sky in awe. They knew that an earth-shattering battle must have occurred at the peak of the spirit state. This is my talent, the 100 Great Bloodline, the Kurishin talent, a 3rd grade desolate body. At this moment, Dong Menhong opened his arms and hugged the sky. Endless black light spewed out from behind him with the power to destroy everything. Unseal, 3rd seal. Furthermore, Dong Menhong did not stop using his trump cards. His true god martial soul began to unseal, and his rank power reached 50%. With a terrifying desolate body and an extreme weapon in his hand, coupled with the strength of a mid-stage half-saint, he was the 2nd genius of the Tantric sect. How terrifying! At this moment, everyone finally knew how strong Dong Menhong was. They even knew that Dong Menhong had purposely used his strength to prove himself and suppress Lin Ling. Of course, even if they knew Dong Menhong's intentions, what could they do? This was because Dong Menhong was indeed very strong. Between Dong Menhong and Lin Ling, they were simply on 2 different levels. Although Lin Ling's ability to fight above his level was very strong, Dong Menhong was twice as strong as Lin Ling. A miracle could not happen again. I'll admit defeat for him in this battle. Xing Shiyun knew this as well, which was why he shouted loudly. Dong Menhong, Lin Ling admits defeat. The Tantric sect leader frowned and also spoke. He knew that Dong Menhong wanted respect, and he had given it to him. Of course, he was furious in his heart as well. Because Dong Menhong had obtained this respect by stepping on Lin Ling, and Lin Ling hadn't offended him at all since the beginning. Admit defeat? Dong Menhong took in everyone's gazes. At that moment, he was elated. He wanted the Tantric sect to know who the true genius was. Lin Ling, this rising star, wanted to seize his honor? That was a dream. Sure. Wherever I am, Lin Ling will avoid me. Dong Menhong said faintly, also, go to Longyang and apologize to her. He made his request. These demands were undoubtedly a deep humiliation to Lin Ling. It could even be said that they had gone too far. Xing Xiu Yun had already represented Lin Ling taking a step back. Dong Minhong should know when to stop, but he wasn't willing to give up so easily. Dong Minhong, don't use red on 3 colors. Hearing that, the tantric master was furious. If you refuse, I will leave. Today, if there is Lin Ling, then there is no me. However, Dong Minhong looked at the tantric master fearlessly. The tantric master's eyes narrowed, and he found it difficult to choose. Lin Ling and Dong Minhong were both the geniuses that the tantric sect valued the most. They were also the future sages of the spirit state. He didn't want to lose either of them. Since you want to embarrass yourself, then let's fight. Lin Ling glanced at his master and the tantric master. He knew that they were in a difficult position, so he finally walked out. He didn't have any opinions about his master and the tantric master. Instead, he was grateful that they kept speaking up for him. However, some things were targeted at him, so he had to solve it himself. Lin Ling, take this. The master of Tantric Buddhism also knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he pulled out the sword at his waist. This was a Tier 5 supreme weapon called the Crimson Cloud Pearl Sword. According to legend, when this sword was slashed out, crimson clouds would surge, and it could split the vast spirit state into 2. It was a divine sword. Of course, this divine sword was weaker than the extreme weapon in Dong Minhong's hands. After all, the latter's extreme weapon came from the era of the gods. No need, I don't need it. However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling would accept the sword, Lin Ling rejected it. I don't need it? Without the protection of the extreme weapon, Lin Ling's innate ability was obviously weaker. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't give up on that sword. After all, senior brother Dongman's cultivation level is higher and he has a powerful extreme weapon. It's not embarrassing for senior brother Lin to borrow his sword. Yeah, but maybe senior brother Lin thinks that even if he has the divine sword, he can't win against senior brother Dongman. That's why he rejected it. Without a doubt, the tantric sect was in an uproar. At this moment, more people thought that Lin Ling would definitely lose. The tantric master let out a long sigh as if he was regretful that he couldn't help Lin Ling. That long sigh warmed Lin Ling's heart. He knew that the tantric master was on his side. Senior brother Lin, it seems that you've given up. However, at least you know your limits. Dong Minhong looked at Lin Ling with a proud smile on his face. He didn't even use his extreme weapon. If that wasn't giving up, then what was? Senior brother Dongman, I have no enmity with you, but you are so aggressive. You even think that you can return with a great victory. You think too highly of yourself. Lin Ling smiled as well. His smile was mysterious. You want to embarrass me. You want to step on me so that the tantric sect will take you seriously. I'm sorry to tell you that you've chosen the wrong person. The tantric sect fell silent when they heard his voice. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Could it be that senior brother Lin was confident that he could defeat Dong Minhong? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't believe it. However, Lin Ling was different. He was the son of miracles. Even Xing Xiun was the same. His eyes were burning. He and the tantric master looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. If Lin Ling could defeat the second-ranked genius of the tantric sect, then how terrifying would Lin Ling be? After all, Lin Ling hadn't even been in the spirit state for 10 years. With such speed of growth, it was possible that he could become the #1 genius in the spirit state. Shameless boasting. Dong Minhong's eyes were filled with disdain when he heard Lin Ling's words. At the same time, more and more geniuses of the tantric sect arrived. All of them were filled with anticipation. Many of them had never sparred with Lin Ling before. They were more or less envious of Lin Ling's rise. However, they could now clearly see Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, Lin Ling had returned. It was one thing if he didn't fight, but the first battle he fought was against the second peerless genius of the Tantra sect. This kind of rapid improvement shocked them. Kurishin. At that moment, Dong Minhong roared, "The sky of the spirit state is not that easy to reach." Rumble. The terrifying giant mountain suppressed the heavens and the earth. The ground beneath Lin Ling's feet instantly cracked. His entire body was bent over from the pressure. "Ha, you can't even block my first attack. I don't understand where you get your confidence from." Dong Menhong laughed maniacally. He thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be weak and had hidden some trump cards. However, it seemed like that was all there was to it. Chapter 3092. Illusion God True Inheritance, 100 Moves. As for whether Lin Ling could win or not, she believed that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. However, she never thought that Lin Ling would actually possess the inheritance of the dragon god. And she was Longyang, who also had the secrets of the dragon race, so she could sense the changes in Lin Ling's body. "I, Lin Ling, am not even afraid of the sky of the 9 states, let alone the sky of the spirit state." Kakaka. But at this time, a crisp sound rang out. Lin Ling, who had been suppressed by the universal divine mountain, quietly straightened his back. He was like a giant whose head touched the sky and feet stepped on the ground. Tantric Buddhism was in an uproar. Dong Menhong's expression changed slightly. For a martial immortal to block one of his trump cards, it was indeed impressive. That's all. However, Dong Menhong wasn't as weak as he had imagined. He summoned the Mountain Sea Blunt Pagoda from the sky and unlocked the 3rd seal of the true God martial spirit. The spirit province instantly split open. The experts of Tantric Buddhism left the valley one after another, trembling in fear. They knew that it would be very difficult for Lin Ling to win this battle. In a tit-for-tat confrontation, Lin Ling would most likely lose. Of course, although Lin Ling would lose, what was certain was that this battle would be extremely intense. But at this time, Lin Ling smiled. Invisible soul force drifted out from his ears, sweeping through everything within 100 meters. 100 moves. Lin Ling let out a low shout. Then, he took a step forward and floated into the distance. Rumble. At this moment, Dong Menhong seemed to have gone mad. He was crazily suppressing the ground and laughing wildly. "The peerless genius Lin Ling? What? You didn't even resist. Come fight me. After defeating me, you will stand at the peak of the spirit province and become one of the 4 supreme geniuses." Ha die. In Dong Menhong's eyes, Lin Ling had been suppressed by his powerful means. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. He even saw Lin Ling, who was on the verge of death, looking at him with a gaze filled with deep reverence. Lin Ling was scared. Lin Ling was easily defeated by him. Among the geniuses of Tantra, only one person is above me. You Lin Ling are still too inexperienced. Let me step on you. Dong Menhong continued to laugh. He walked forward until he was right in front of Lin Ling, who was on the verge of death. His foot continued to stomp down, and with each stomp, he laughed proudly. However, everyone was stunned. Xing Xiun frowned. The Tantric Sama's mouth was wide open. That was because in their eyes, Dong Menhong seemed to have gone mad. Lin Ling was in another direction, and Dong Menhong wasn't fighting with him. Instead, he was constantly stomping on the ground. As he stomped on the ground, he spoke nonsense. No one knew what he was doing. Illusion God True Inheritance. Among everyone, only the 3 sons of the Qi clan reacted. Their bodies continued to tremble. An illusion. Dong Menhong was confused by the illusion. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back. He looked at the crazy Dong Menhong with disdain and shook his head mockingly. Dong Menhong's methods are unparalleled. Unfortunately, his ultimate martial Dao is too weak. Furthermore, he doesn't have soul power. How can he see through the first level of my illusion God True Inheritance? 100 moves. In fact, Dong Menhong was indeed very strong. However, if Lin Ling really used his trump card, he might not lose to him. At most, it would be a draw. However, after using a soul martial art, Lin Ling easily suppressed his opponent. Unless his opponent's cultivation was higher, he could use brute force to break through it. However, that kind of force would definitely be able to break through the power of the spirit province. Apart from that, it would depend on soul power. If one's soul power was only 1,000 levels weaker than Linling's, then they could still see through it. As for the others, they acted as usual. This was because Linling's 100 moves was only used to target Dong Menhong. Then, Linling walked forward with his hands behind his back. He looked very calm. Everyone watched as Linling walked towards Dong Menhong and stood behind him. However, Dong Menhong continued to step on the ground like a madman and continued to laugh. What's going on? I don't know. Perhaps senior brother Dongman's old injuries suddenly acted up, so his mind is not clear. That means that senior brother Lin has won. The tantric sex people were all confused. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was standing behind Dong Menhong, said calmly, "Gotcha." In Dong Menhong's eyes, the illusion of Lin Ling was finally trampled to death by him. This stunned him for a moment before he laughed excitedly. Haha, the tantric sect's peerless genius was actually trampled to death. This kind of death will make all the warriors in the spirit province laugh their heads off. Everyone look. This is the peerless genius that you were talking about. You've all been deceived. After laughing, Dong Menhong looked at the crowd. However, everyone looked at Dong Menhong strangely. Not long after, someone said softly, "It seems that senior brother Dongmen has gone mad. This is not because he's not clear-headed at all." Those words made Dong Menhong confused. He quickly looked at the tantric sex master. "Dong Menhong, what are you doing?" The tantric sex master frowned and asked. "I've defeated Lin Ling. Moreover, I've killed him and removed his cowardly mask." Dong Menhong lifted his chest and said proudly, "But look behind you." The tantric sex master frowned even more. He also thought that Dong Menhong had gone mad. With Dong Menhong's strength, it was impossible for him to not be able to see if someone was dead. "Oh." Dong Menhong smiled proudly and slowly turned around. Clang. Just as he turned around, a shiny sword landed on his neck. At the same time, a calm voice floated out. "You've lost." The sword, the voice, and the person behind him made Dong Menhong dumbfounded. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? "Impossible, impossible. I clearly stomped you to death. How could you still be alive?" Next, Dong Menhong screamed as though he had seen a ghost. His voice was hysterical. It made people feel that he had really gone mad. "It seems like he's seriously ill. That's normal. A warrior's cultivation is to seize fate from the heavens." Dong Menhong must have cultivated some forbidden techniques to be able to become the second peerless genius of the tantric sect, causing him to go mad. What a pity for such a genius. He's a mad genius. Many people in the tantric sect shook their heads and sighed. Those voices made Dong Menhong's expression change drastically. Had he gone mad? He looked at the pitiful crowd and then looked at Lin Ling in front of him. At a certain moment, he also thought that he had gone mad. But soon, he kept shaking his head. "Impossible, this is definitely impossible." He instantly floated back and attacked again in disbelief. Lin Ling die. Stubborn. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with disdain and coldness. He activated the 100 moves again and the illusion god's true inheritance appeared. Then, he walked calmly and slowly away. Dong Menhong laughed maniacally again. He activated various techniques to suppress the illusion of Lin Ling in his eyes. This left everyone dumbfounded. Heavens! What did they just see? Chapter 3093. A Stray Dog. "I'll stomp you to death. This time, you can still live. I'll stomp you to death." Everyone could even hear the crazed screams. Alas! Everyone sighed even louder. It seems that senior brother Dongman's insanity is getting worse. Yeah, I thought that with the aura of a sage, I would be a sage and break away from the category of mortals. However, sages can also go crazy. Could it be that once senior brother Dongmen uses his full strength, he will go crazy? A series of strange voices could be heard once again. Perhaps people felt that it was unreal, because the second most talented person in Tantric Buddhism actually went crazy. This was hard to accept. How could this happen? Dong Menhong used to be fine. Even Master Tantra frowned. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling, who had his hands behind his back. Could it be him? Xing Xiaoyun also expressed his confusion. Perhaps he has mastered a technique that even we can't understand. The tantric master pondered for a moment, then sighed. Hearing this, Xing Xiaoyun smiled bitterly. He was the master, but he could not understand the technique his disciple used. This was very embarrassing. No wonder when he wanted to recruit Lin Ling as his disciple, Lin Ling's face was full of disdain. I think he's more suitable to be your master. What made him the most depressed was that Lord Tantra's words seemed to have rubbed salt into his wounds. Alas! Xing Xiaoyun could not help but let out a long sigh. The entire Vajrayana sect was watching Dong Men Hong go crazy. They never expected that this intense battle would end up in such a situation. Following that, they saw Lin Ling walk forward and place his sword beside Dong Men Hong's neck. Following that, Dong Men Hong stopped going crazy. However, when Dong Men Hong saw Lin Ling, his expression was undoubtedly laughable. He looked like a duck that had been grabbed by the neck. Weren't you trampled to death by me? That cry of surprise resounded throughout the tantric sect. Lin Ling was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with disdain. You've already lost to me twice. Do you want a third time? If it happens a third time, I guarantee that your head will roll off the ground like a gourd. These words were spoken so casually. It was as if defeating the number 2 genius of the spirit state was as easy as drinking water. However, when these words entered Dong Men Hong's ears, his heart trembled violently. For some unknown reason, a wisp of terror arose in his heart. Although he didn't know what Lin Ling had done, he knew that Lin Ling could easily control his life and death. If not for Lin Ling giving face to Master Tantric, he would have died twice already. Again? Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Dong Men Hong did not dare to answer. He didn't even dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. He was scared. But soon, he came to his senses, and a thick sense of humiliation rose in his heart. He, the number 2 genius who roamed the 9 provinces and had a thunderous reputation in the spirit province, was actually afraid of a martial immortal of the younger generation. This was unacceptable to him. His pride made it so that he could not swallow this enormous humiliation. However, before he saw through Lin Ling's strength, he really did not dare to act rashly. Lin Ling, you used a demonic technique. Today, I admit defeat. In the future, I will definitely break your demonic technique. Dong Men Hong roared furiously, and his hair was disheveled as he fled into the distance. It seems that he's really gone mad. How disappointing. I thought that there would be an intense battle, but in the end, it's just a madman going mad. He can't even withstand a single blow. Dong Men Hong's appearance made the crowd even more certain of their thoughts. This genius must have gone mad. When Dong Men Hong heard those voices, he almost roared at the sky, "I'm not mad." At that moment, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. After becoming famous in the spirit state, this was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. Stray dog? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. However, he did not attack again because he knew that he could not kill Dong Men Hong in the presence of the tantric sect. He had to give face to the tantric sect. However, he could sense Dong Men Hong's murderous intent towards him. Therefore, if there was a chance, he would definitely strike first. Next, he slowly walked towards the constellation cloud. Within the tantric sect, cheers could be heard. Regardless of whether Dong Men Hong was mad or not, it was certain that Lin Ling had won easily. Only the geniuses of the tantric sect had serious expressions. This was because they were certain that Dong Men Hong would not go mad. Therefore, they knew that Lin Ling had done something. The most terrifying thing was that no one could see through those hands and feet. This caused them to tremble with fear. It seems that Lin Ling is ranked second among the geniuses of the tantric sect. What a terrifying guy. He's only been in the spirit state for a short period of time, but he's already at the top of the spirit state. No one is dissatisfied with him. The geniuses of the tantric sect said one after another. They were shocked by Lin Ling's speed of growth and were even more in awe of Lin Ling. The three sons of the Qi family knelt down at that moment and looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of admiration. The illusion god's true inheritance shone brightly in the spirit state once again. Although Lin Ling did not announce this soul martial art, they knew that as long as Lin Ling had this secret technique, it was only a matter of time before he became famous. If the ancestor was here, he would definitely be moved to tears. Qi Shi's eyes were already wet. "Ah, Lin Ling, good job." At that moment, the tantric sect master smiled at Lin Ling and said, he did not ask anything about Lin Ling. "I was just lucky," Lin Ling replied calmly. There was no pride on his face. It was as if it was a given that he was ranked second among the geniuses of the tantric sect. Seeing Lin Ling's attitude, the tantric sect master and Xing Shiyun smiled helplessly. At that moment, they could not see through Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling was shrouded in a mysterious glow. After chatting for a while, the crowd left. In the following days, Lin Ling brought Yu and the rest to the ancient tree on Mount Yu to cultivate. Yu and the rest also improved their strength greatly. As for Lin Ling, he did not need it for the time being because the dead souls he had devoured in the green state had gathered a large amount of spirit qi in his body. Senior brother Lin, junior sister Long invites you. That day, a letter of invitation fell into Lin Ling's hands. It was from Long Yang of the fairy sect. This caused Lin Ling to be puzzled because he had cut off all ties with Dragon Mother. She shouldn't have come looking for him. "I'll ignore her." Shaking his head, Lin Ling decided to ignore Long Yang. "Brother Ling, let's go and take a look. Long Yang's master is Senior Xing Shiyun's lover after all." Yu and the rest reminded him. "Ah, Long Yang is the top beauty. Aren't you afraid that Brother Ling will fall for her?" Lin Ling smiled. "Ah." Yu and Xian Yuange looked at each other and shook their heads. "We believe that Brother Ling is not the kind of person who is greedy for beauty. Moreover, if Long Yang likes Brother Ling, it means that Brother Ling is outstanding. You guys are glib-tongued." Upon hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He also planned to attend the banquet. However, he said calmly, Long Yang is not simple either. She is hiding a secret that no one knows. I'm afraid that this invitation is ill-intentioned. His all-encompassing demon eyes had already seen that Long Yang had the bloodline of the dragon clan. However, I hope she doesn't think she's smart. Chapter 3094. The Tantric Sect's Decision. While Lin Ling was heading for the banquet, 5 figures were sitting in the Tantric Sect's grand hall. They were the Tantric Sect's lord and the 4 heavenly kings. These 5 people ruled over half of the spirit state. They were all sage-level experts, and their talents had reached the level of a 4th-grade desolate body. The Tantric Sect's lord had a 5th-grade desolate body. Now, Lin Ling and Dong Menhong have completely fallen out. It looks like we can only choose one of the two. The Tantric Sect's lord suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the 4 heavenly kings fell silent. Dong Menhong had a 3rd-grade desolate body and was a son of the ancient desolate lands. He was a rare genius no matter where he was placed. Originally, they should not have missed out on him. However, Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere and was even more dazzling than Dong Menhong. Hence, they had made a decision. Most importantly, this was forced upon them by Dong Menhong. If Dong Menhong did not target Lin Ling, the Tantric Sect would not have given up on him. Although we have to give up on him, a 3rd-grade desolate body is one of a kind. It makes my heart ache. The Tantric Sect's lord sighed. The growth of a desolate body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Every grade increased one's combat strength by several times. If not for Lin Ling having 3 talents and 1st-grade desolate bodies, which could match a 3rd-grade desolate body when combined, Lin Ling would be inferior to Dong Menhong in terms of aura suppression. My disciple Lin Ling may not have a high cultivation level, but he is a mystery. He is skilled in powers that we do not understand. He clearly has more potential than Dong Menhong. At this moment, Xing Shiyun also spoke. He was afraid that the other 3 heavenly kings would not be satisfied. Is that true? The other 3 elders asked with a frown. Xing Shiyun and the Tantric sect's lord looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. The Tantric sect's lord said, "Not long ago, Lin Ling defeated Dong Menhong. I believe that he relied on soul martial arts. And such martial arts are rarely used in other places other than the top divine lands." Soul martial arts? Indeed, the three heavenly kings began to waver. Furthermore, even though my disciple acknowledged me as his master, I can tell that he only came here for my cultivation resources. He has never asked me for any guidance on the martial way, so I'm guessing that his martial way experience is probably greater than everyone else's. Xing Shiyun added, "I agree with Old Yun's opinion. I even suspect that Lin Ling is a descendant of a god and is reincarnated. Perhaps he is a god from the era of gods, so he knows more than us." The Tantric master nodded. With that said, the hearts of the three heavenly kings were completely on Lin Ling's side. I estimate that before long, no one in the spirit state will be able to stop Lin Ling. In the end, Master Tantra gave an evaluation. Dong dong dong. The hearts of the four heavenly kings throbbed like drums. This meant that Lin Ling's potential was at the peak of the spirit state. Potential was the standard to evaluate a prodigy. However, not every prodigy could unleash their potential. Some prodigies' potential was at most at the level of the four heavenly kings, and some were even worse than the four heavenly kings. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that they would have a fortuitous encounter and rise up in the future. However, Lin Ling, who had yet to encounter any fortuitous encounters, already had unlimited potential. This was something that was unique in the spirit state. However, it is said that Dong Menhong is very close to the Azure Dragon Hall. If he has a conflict with Lin Ling again and the Azure Dragon Hall intervenes, it will be difficult for us Tantra. However, at this moment, one of the heavenly kings said awkwardly. The Azure Dragon Hall was a behind-the-scenes force similar to the 9 heavenly kings of the Green State. However, they never cared about anything in the spirit state. Their mission was to maintain the order of the heavenly kings of the spirit state, and this was all left behind by the gods. Therefore, at some point in time, they were even stronger than the Mi and Xian sects. Although the Azure Dragon Hall values Dong Menhong, they have no right to interfere with the matters of the Tantra. Master Tantra immediately stood up and made up his mind. No matter what, he would not give up on Lin Ling. Seeing this, Xing Shiyun heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking of his disciple who was lazy about everything, a smile appeared on his face. In fact, taking Lin Ling as his disciple was more because he liked Lin Ling. Cough cough. However, at this moment, Master Tantra started coughing. Every time he coughed, he seemed to have aged a lot. And when the blood splattered on the ground, it immediately corroded the ground. Master Tantra. Xing Shiyun and the others were extremely worried. Don't worry, my lifespan is coming to an end. I'm afraid that it won't be long before I disappear from this world. This is the unchanging Tao of the universe, no one can change it. I only hope that before my lifespan ends, Tantra can find a good realm monarch. Master Tantra waved his hand and forced a smile. Seeing this, Xing Shiyun and the others' faces darkened. They knew that Master Tantra had lived for countless years and was fated to witness the end of the era of gods. However, martial artists were not truly immortal. If a saint did not become a god, everything would be meaningless. However, knowing this was one thing, but they still found it hard to accept. On the other hand, Master Tantra's reaction was calm. Perhaps he had already seen through everything a few hundred years ago. Everyone, unless they were a god, had to die. The sun shone brightly, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. In an ancient valley, a slender figure slowly walked forward. Wherever he passed, no matter the cultivation level of the experts, they all looked at him with admiration. Senior brother Lin. Laughter rang out one after another. When he saw this, the handsome young man smiled and left the valley just like that. With my current cultivation level, there are many trump cards that I can improve. For example, the calamity-destroying Sun Bao, the illusion god's true inheritance, Little Kunlun, and the scabbard. The young man thought to himself as he evaluated his own strength. He estimated that he could defeat 90% of those in the early stage of the half-saint stage. As for those in the fourth stage of the half-saint stage, even if he could not win, it would be a draw. Thinking of this, the young man relaxed. He looked at the sky and knew that in the spirit state, there were less than 100 people who could defeat him. Once he entered the top 10 of the spirit state, he would be able to roam the 9 prefectures freely. Obviously, he also knew that if he left the 9 prefectures and encountered the experts of the heavenly court, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. According to the location on the invitation, Lin Ling left the valley and appeared on the vast grassland. Then he walked forward. Before long, an ancient mountain peak appeared on the grassland. White clouds drifted in the air, making it look like a paradise. This surprised the young man. He did not expect there to be a mountain peak on the grassland. Senior brother Lin. Women walked down from the mountain peak one after another and bowed to the young man when they saw him. These women were very good-looking and were disciples of the fairy sect. Seeing this, the young man nodded slightly and walked up the mountain path. Senior brother Lin, you're here? Senior sister Long has been waiting for a long time. Senior brother Lin. When he arrived at the mountain peak, a beautiful woman smiled. Your Longyang sect is so ostentatious that I, Lin Ling, have to come from afar. Senior brother Lin. Chapter 3095. Poisoned. Senior sister Long is a girl after all. Visiting senior brother Lin out of the blue will tarnish her reputation. The girl explained. If I, Lin Ling, visit you personally, others will suspect that I can't forget Longyang. Will that tarnish my reputation? Oomph. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling immediately snorted. His words made the girl even more embarrassed, and she hurriedly gestured for him to enter. Lin Ling glanced at her coldly and strode into the building in front of him. At the same time, he disliked Longyang even more. The building was exquisitely decorated and had a total of 3 floors. After entering, a fragrant scent filled the air, making one feel as if they had entered a beautiful town. Lin Ling went all the way up to the 3rd floor. There was a huge curtain there, and he could vaguely see 2 peerless beauties talking. Looking inside through the curtains, coupled with the fragrance wafting in the air, it was enough to make one feel restless. This made Lin Ling frown slightly, but he opened the curtain and entered. The first thing that came into view were 2 devastatingly beautiful women. They were wearing long pink dresses that were a little tight, outlining their perfect figures. Senior brother Lin is here. One of the girls said with a smile when she saw Lin Ling. Her smile could make 100 flowers pale in comparison. Then, the 2 girls walked toward Lin Ling with graceful steps. As they walked, their fair and slender legs were extremely alluring. The floor was paved with an unknown soft animal skin, leaving their feet bare. Upon closer inspection, one would find that their feet were extremely exquisite, making one want to hold them in one's arms and play with them. What's the matter? Lin Ling said nonchalantly. However, he had to admit that the 2 girls were extremely beautiful. One of them was the 2nd most beautiful genius of the fairy sect, and the other was the top beauty of the tantric sect, Longyang. Compared to the 2nd most beautiful genius, Dragon Lady had a mysterious aura that made her seem like the moon in the water. She had a kind of hazy beauty. Lin Ling sized up the 2 beauties, making them blush. One of the girls said shyly, Senior brother Lin, we're a little shy when you look at us like this. Aren't you dressed like this for others to see? Lin Ling said faintly. His words made the 2 women's pretty faces look a little embarrassed. After all, they were the top beauties of the tantric sect, but Lin Ling had made them into prostitutes. Senior brother Lin, I invited you here today to resolve the misunderstanding between us. Last time, I really didn't mean it. However, I can't disobey the sect master's orders. Therefore, I made that choice in a difficult situation. Dragon Lady looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. That's right. Senior sister Long hasn't even met you yet. If you suddenly say that you want to marry her, she definitely won't be able to accept it, said the other girl. If you're here to apologize, then you don't have to say anything else. I Lin Ling accept it. From today onwards, we're strangers. Lin Ling immediately said as soon as the two girls finished speaking. Senior brother Lin, you really don't hate me anymore? Long Yang frowned when she heard that. To put it bluntly, I don't hate strangers, so don't look for me anymore. Lin Ling stood up and was about to leave after saying that. His words made Long Yang and the other girl furious. After all, they were the top beauties of the tantric sect, but Lin Ling's attitude towards them was too cold. Senior brother Lin, since you're leaving, can I offer you a cup of wine as an apology? Long Yang stood up and walked over with light steps. She held a cup of wine in her hands and her eyes were filled with sincerity. Lin Ling frowned when he saw that. Senior brother Lin, are you still blaming me? Long Yang became so lovely that one would feel pity for her. However, Lin Ling remained indifferent. Senior brother Lin, even if you don't want to give face to Long Yang, you should at least give face to Lord Lin Ling. The girl said hurriedly when she saw Lin Ling's expressionless face. Her words finally moved Lin Ling. His master and the sect master of the fairy sect were lovers. Therefore, if he refused the wine as an apology, he would be disrespecting them. The sect master of the fairy sect would also be seen as petty and inferior to a girl. After this wine, we'll never meet again. Thinking of this, Lin Ling took the wine cup and checked it. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, he downed it in one gulp, looking extremely heroic. Senior brother Lin is indeed amazing. Long Yang and the others said immediately. Lin Ling ignored them, threw down the cup, and strode away. However, the moment he turned around, Long Yang and the girl looked at each other with madness and coldness in their eyes. At the same time, Lin Ling took a step forward, but his expression instantly changed, and a feeling of the world spinning rose in his mind. This wine was poisonous. This gave him a great fright. However, when he checked the wine before, he didn't find anything strange. With Li Xiaoyao's eyes, it was obviously very difficult to hide from him. Even if there was something, it wouldn't appear in the spirit province. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The Fecta peach blossom. The fragrance in the air belonged to the Fecta peach blossom, which had excellent cultivation effects for martial artists. However, this peach blossom also had its nemesis. If it met the yin-yang orthodox wood, it would cause a drastic change. The previous wine obviously contained the yin-yang orthodox wood. This divine wood was also non-poisonous, but it couldn't meet the Fecta peach blossom. If it did, it would turn into a poison that would go through thousands of reincarnations. Lin Ling instantly understood. Of course, it wasn't because he was careless. He just didn't expect Long Yang to know such an ancient secret. Bitch! He turned around and looked at Long Yang. He wanted to gather his strength, but it was as if all his strength had been sealed. Even his soul power was the same. Senior brother Lin, you can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. At this moment, Long Yang was no longer as lovely as before. She had become cold. Plop. Lin Ling glared at Long Yang angrily. However, he finally fell down and his consciousness began to blur. Senior sister Long, the poison that senior brother Dong Men gave is indeed amazing. I was afraid that it wouldn't be enough to kill Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling fall down, the woman beside Long Yang immediately sneered. This poison recipe was obtained by senior brother Dong Men in a miracle in Yuzhou. Naturally, it is extraordinary. Those who are poisoned will dream of life and death, enter the reincarnation of their previous life, and finally become a person from their previous life. Dragon Mother said coldly. This Lin Ling is very strong, but he definitely wasn't strong in his previous life. If he returned to his previous life, he would also be an ant. However, Master Xing Xiun behind Lin Ling can't be underestimated. How do you plan to deal with him, Senior Sister Long? It's simple. Just say that Lin Ling humiliated me with wine. I think Master Xing Xiun would be too embarrassed to speak up. Also, Lin Ling will be cursed in the spirit state as a bastard. Chapter 3096. Li Xiaoyao from his previous life had awakened. Let's not talk about this anymore. You, on the other hand, aren't you cultivating the Yin Maiden divine technique? You need to absorb the realm essence of men, so Lin Ling is beneficial to you. You should have sex with him. Thank you, Senior Sister Long. After chatting for a while, the woman smiled and looked at Lin Ling like a snake staring at its prey. Then, she waved her hand, and her boundary energy enveloped Lin Ling and brought him to the second floor. Although this Lin Ling is very annoying, he's also a big shot. Plus, he's handsome, so you won't lose out. Have fun. Long Yang smiled enviously as she watched the woman leave. Thank you, Senior Sister. Junior Sister knows that Lin Ling is probably the best man Junior Sister has ever played with in her entire life. The woman let out a crisp laugh that was like a silver bell, and it contained a hint of lust and evil. After you're done, don't kill him. He has something I need. Long Yang said again, but the woman had already disappeared from the second floor. Hee, to think that a peerless genius of Tantra would end up like this. How sad. The third floor quickly quieted down, but not long after, a young man appeared with a smile on his face. He seemed to have arrived from the chaos of the universe. Clearly, he was extremely powerful. Dragon Lady, I've helped you once, you should contribute something, right? Then, the young man looked at Long Yang with a burning gaze. Senior brother Dongmen, we're just doing this for our own benefits. There's no need to talk about who's helping whom. As for what I should contribute, if you want my body, then don't even think about it. For some reason, I, Long Yang, can't lose my virginity. If you want to use force, then I can only fight with my life. Long Yang's eyes were cold as she looked at the young man. Hearing this, the young man frowned deeply, but he felt that Long Yang was not joking, so he endured it in the end. However, she still smiled and said, "You're practicing some kind of cultivation technique, so you have to maintain your virginity? I didn't expect the #1 beauty of Tantra to be a virgin. I'm envious of the man who'll get your body in the future." There will never be. Long Yang shook her head. The young man shrugged and said, Lin Ling's poison at first Lin Ling's. However, the woman who cured Lin Ling's Lin Ling was the #1 beauty of Tantra. If you feel unreconciled, I can let Junior Sister accompany you. Thinking about it, she should be very happy. Dragon Mother said, I can. The young man licked his red. He was Lady Sister, Dongmen, Dongmen Dongmen Dongmen. Dongmen Dong. Dongmen Dongmen, Dongmen, Dongmen's S Dongmen, Lu Dongmen Dongmen, Dongmen Iani Dongmen Dongmen Go Dongers' End. Come, let's drink. I'm waiting to see how useless Lin Ling is when he wakes up. He's so strong in this life, he must have been trash in his previous life. Junior Sister is also looking forward to it. The two of them quickly sat down, drank and chatted happily, and waited for the result. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the woman had already taken off her gown, revealing her fair skin and a body that could drive any man crazy. However, her eyes were fixed on the otherworldly man, and she could not help but lick her lips. This action was also very flirtatious. You're the only man who's worthy of me, Lin Ling Lin Ling, I'll make you very comfortable. Her jade-like feet stepped out, and a patch of white flowers continued to jump around. At that moment, Lin Ling's face was flushed red. Although his eyes were closed, one could see that his breathing was extremely heavy. Obviously, the poison of desire had entered his soul. Although his subconscious mind was rejecting everything, his body betrayed him. His soul had entered thousands of reincarnations, and this reincarnation was even more terrifying than the ghost city in the rainforest's holy land. That was because these thousands of reincarnations had reached the era of the gods. At that time, who was Lin Ling? Who was he in his previous life? Wake up, you can't fall here. Wake up. However, just as he returned to the first life, an ancient voice sounded in Lin Ling's soul. This made him sober up a little. Next, he skipped the first life, lingered in the second life, and turned into a mortal. Then, the third life, the fourth life, and the 100 reincarnations. The hidden dazzling light on Lin Ling's body gradually dimmed. It was as if he had become a mortal from his previous life. This poison is indeed as terrifying as the rumors say. No matter how powerful a genius or a saint is, after being poisoned, they will become immortal. They will no longer have the all-powerful aura. This Lin Ling is so pitiful. He was originally at the peak of the spirit state, but he still fell. Sensing the changes in Lin Ling's body, the woman did not do anything for the time being. Instead, she watched curiously. Finally, after seeing the mortal light on Lin Ling's body become stronger and stronger, she quietly climbed onto the bed and covered herself with the blanket with a smile. At this moment, Lin Ling had reincarnated for thousands of times, and the saint light on his body became dimmer and dimmer. One had to know that the birth of a powerhouse also required the recognition of the universe's chaos. This power of recognition was invisible, just like the fate of the Son of Heaven. When you have the fate of becoming an emperor, then even if you are a peasant, fate will arrange for you to become an emperor. On the contrary, if you have the fate of a mortal, then even if you were born in a noble family, you will inevitably end up as a mortal in the future. In the universe's chaos, there is a mysterious destiny. This was also the reason why warriors cultivated, because they wanted to defy the heavens and change their fate. However, Lin Ling's previous life was not as dazzling as this life, but there was a life where his name shook the 9 states. And that was the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Unknowingly, Lin Ling came to Li Xiaoyao's life. Suddenly, his body began to emit a powerful aura, as if a saint had descended. That destiny, that fortune, was even more terrifying than Lin Ling's in this life. I am Lin Ling, killed by Longyang. Lin Ling's hazy soul gradually began to wake up. His soul was roaring, causing his body to become even hotter. The spiritual energy hidden in his dantian was rolling at this moment. Rumble. Lin Ling's cultivation realm had completely stepped into the 8th level of the martial immortal realm, and the other 3 dantians had also smoothly stepped into the 8th level when he was on the verge of death. What? The woman sleeping next to Lin Ling exclaimed at this moment. Normally, after Lin Ling was poisoned by the divine poison, he should have turned into a mortal. Even if his cultivation was still strong, it would definitely be difficult for him to control it. Then, she would use the sexual intercourse technique to steal Lin Ling's cultivation. However, Lin Ling had broken through. Poisoned, then broken through? Thinking of this, the woman's body trembled. She turned her head and looked at the handsome young man beside her with her beautiful eyes. The young man's face was as cold as a knife, and his breathing was as heavy as a cow's. However, his calm appearance made the woman feel a little terrified. Could it be that I'm imagining things? The woman muttered to herself. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's slender eyelashes moved slightly, and his eyes opened. A cold gaze, as if from the depths of hell, looked indifferently at the woman beside him. Chapter 3097. I am Li Xiaoyao. You, who are you? The woman's voice was trembling because she realized that the young man beside her was different. He looked like Lin Ling, but he didn't. Instead, he looked like the ruler of 9 prefectures. Could it be that Lin Ling was an extremely terrifying existence in his previous life? I am Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling spat out these words coldly and stood up. Spare me, spare me. The woman hurriedly knelt down. Her entire body was white, and she was trembling. She felt that the poison had awakened a death god. I never thought that I would be able to see this world again. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the woman. He opened his arms as if he was hugging the sky. At this moment he looked more like Li Xiaoyao. He was naked. His muscles weren't burly, but they were as exquisite as gems. His long hair cascaded down casually. How was this a young man? He was more like a lazy god emperor who had just woken up. However, Li Xiaoyao is Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling is Lin Ling. I will return him to you in this life. The man said coldly. His tone was domineering. It was the aura of stepping on the geniuses of 9 prefectures. His gaze moved quietly and landed on the beauty beside him. He said disdainfully, You are worthy of me? I am sorry, I am sorry. Lin Ling, you can have anything you want. Please spare my life. The woman kowtowed on the bed. The current Lin Ling was even more terrifying than the previous Lin Ling. I want your life. Lin Ling stretched out his hand and patted the woman's head. The latter wanted to say something, but she died in the end. Perhaps before she died, she never thought that she would be able to have sex with Lin Ling. However, this step seemed close, but it was as far as the end of the world. Lin Ling glanced around and saw his clothes and 2 swords. His heart skipped a beat. Instantly, all his clothes floated over, and the 2 swords hung lightly on his back. Longyang, I've told you not to think too highly of yourself. He stepped out and walked towards the 3rd floor. At this moment, on the 3rd floor, Longyang and the others were still drinking, quietly waiting for Lin Ling's miserable state. However, they were chatting and laughing at the beginning, but when they talked about everything about Lin Ling, their faces became serious. This Lin Ling is from the Azure State. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so powerful. He has dominated the spirit state in such a short period of time. I couldn't believe it. Even now, I still can't believe it. That's right. I've seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen someone like Lin Ling. That's why I've always been curious as to why he has such power. Longyang, I reckon that he has a true backer, a powerful cultivator from above the spirit state. With the support of that powerful cultivator, he will naturally be able to do the impossible. You have a point. The 2 of them looked at each other. They both believed that Lin Ling had the support of a powerful cultivator. He's only relying on his backer's background. If we're comparing individuals, he can't compare to me at all. Dong Menhong drank a mouthful of wine and consoled himself. Moreover, this consolation made him smile. Come, let's drink and wait. When Lin Ling appears again, he will become an ant-like existence like he was in his first life. Longyang also smiled gently and clinked her wineglass with Dong Menhong's. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then, a slender figure lifted the curtain and appeared before their eyes. This made Longyang and Dong Menhong stop drinking. That's right. Give me a glass. The person said calmly. His expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Dong Menhong and the others frowned. They did not know if the Lin Ling in front of them was still the Lin Ling in his first life. Sure, but I want to ask why you want to drink. Dong Menhong fiddled with the wineglass in his hand and suddenly laughed. Although Lin Ling had suddenly appeared, he believed that the current Lin Ling should be in his first or second life. Anyway, he was definitely an ordinary person and was definitely not the Lin Ling of the past. After drinking, I'll kill you. However, Lin Ling's next sentence stunned Dong Menhong and Longyang, and their hearts trembled. Kill them? Could it be that Lin Ling had returned? How could this be? That kind of divine poison was not something that ordinary people could detoxify. Are you Lin Ling or someone else? Longyang immediately acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy. I'm Lin Ling's previous life, Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao said. Lin Ling moved and sat down in front of Longyang and the others. Then, he poured himself a glass of wine and drank. Previous life? Li Xiaoyao asked. Could it be that Lin Ling was also an expert in his previous life, and was even stronger than the current Lin Ling? Longyang and Dong Menhong were shocked. They felt as if they had done something wrong, because they had awakened an existence that was even more terrifying than Lin Ling. Subconsciously, they looked at Lin Ling, but found that Lin Ling's eyes were half closed and he was calmly tasting the wine. It was as if he was not worried even if the sky collapsed. Lin Ling, you're a genius of Tantric Buddhism, but do you want to know what I think about this? Do I believe you? Do I believe you? Longyang frowned and said lightly. So what if I believe you? So what if I believe you? Lin Ling smelled the wine in the glass and said to himself, I'm telling you, I don't believe you. I think that you didn't rely on yourself to become a genius. Longyang said through gritted teeth. Perhaps this was her opinion of Lin Ling. All this time, not only had she been jealous of Lin Ling, but she had also been disdainful of Lin Ling. She felt that Lin Ling was only so dazzling because he was favored by Xing Shiyun. However, she was rational. She knew that there was no such thing as reaching the heavens in a single step on the path of martial arts. Lin Ling could only be said to be lucky. Speaking of this, Dong Minhong was even more dissatisfied. He was the second most talented genius of Tantric Buddhism, but he had lost to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he had never heard of Lin Ling's name in the beginning. Therefore, how could he be convinced? Lin Ling, what else do you have other than luck? Your talent is not as good as senior brother Dongmin's, your cultivation time is not as long as his, and you don't have the arrogance that a martial artist should have. It's as if you don't care about anything in the spirit state. You lack the focus that a genius should have. You don't deserve to be called a genius. Lin Ling, if you didn't use sorcery, you wouldn't be my opponent at all with your own strength. How can you call yourself a genius? Dong Minhong and Long Xiaoyao's voices became hysterical. Perhaps they had both been humiliated by Lin Ling before. One had been rejected in public, while the other had been defeated twice in public. They were not ordinary people, so how could they swallow this? Most importantly, Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere and had no previous achievements. Seeing a person they didn't know suddenly standing above their heads and humiliating them, it was easy to imagine the knot in their hearts that they suppressed in their hearts. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. Compared to their agitated expressions, he seemed very calm. He clearly did not want to explain anything. In terms of experience, talent, and achievements, Li Xiaoyao was indeed not famous in the spirit state. It was difficult for people to obey him. Chapter 3098. Are you done? Stop. Finally, Lin Ling put down his cup and looked at Long Yang calmly. Long Yang, I told you that after drinking that cup of wine, you and I are strangers. I also told myself that I hope you don't think you're smart. Unfortunately, you did. Stop. He looked at Dong Fong Hong. I defeated you twice in a row. You don't even know what kind of existence I am, and you dare to attack me for the third time. I said that after the third time, I will make your head roll on the ground like a gourd. Stop. I know that you're not willing to accept this, but I can tell you that my existence is something that you'll never be able to imagine. Stop. Since you're not convinced, then I, Lin Ling, will tell you what I rely on. Stop. Lin Ling stood up. The dragon god roared, and the true inheritance dark sword floated out. Calamity-destroying sun bow. Stop. The terrifying dragon bone bow appeared, and Lin Ling gently pulled it back. At this moment, it was as if he could kill the 9 states with an arrow. The scariest thing was that the true inheritance dark sword turned into an arrow and was held in Lin Ling's hand. The sword was pointed at Dong Minhong. The entire mountain peak instantly split open, and the ants collapsed. The planes of the spirit state also continued to tremble. This change made Long Yang and Dong Fong Hong's expressions change drastically, especially Dong Minhong. He looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Last time, you said that I defeated you with my demonic arts. This time I'll show you my true strength. Stop. Dong Minhong, I'll give you 3 breaths time to prepare. After 3 breaths, I, Lin Ling, will take your head. Stop. His soft voice drifted out, but it carried a domineering aura. Come on, don't use your demonic arts. I think you, Lin Ling, are only SOS. Stop. At this point, Dong Minhong didn't hide his strength anymore. He unleashed his full strength, and a huge sacred mountain appeared in the sky. An ancient pagoda appeared, and his true god martial spirit exploded. Long Yang was extremely nervous, but she believed that Lin Ling, who didn't use his demonic arts, was no match for Dong Minhong. 3 breaths time. At the same time, Lin Ling let out a cold shout and drew his sword like a dragon god. On the plains of the spirit state, there were waves even though there was no wind. A dragon was roaring in the sky. Rumble. Dong Minhong's talent was pierced through by the arrow. The 5th grade supreme artifact pagoda in the sky broke through the void. Even the true god martial spirit was unable to block it. The sword turned around and pierced through Dong Minhong's head like a divine arrow or a Buddha's bow. Dong Minhong's head rolled on the ground. His eyes showed that he had died with a grievance. He was the 2nd most powerful genius in Tantric Buddhism, yet he was killed by a single shot. This was an outcome that he never expected. Perhaps before he died, he only knew that when Lin Ling attacked for the third time, his head would roll on the ground like a gourd. After killing Dong Menhong with ease, Lin Ling waved his right hand and the dragon bow disappeared. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at Long Yang calmly. Now you should know that the reason why I was valued by Tantric Buddhism was not because of my relationship with my master, but because I have the potential to rule the 9 prefectures, as well as the speed of my growth that surpasses all the other monstrous geniuses. When these words reached Long Yang's ears, her heart collapsed. In the past, when Lin Ling faced Dong Menhong, he could only rely on his demonic arts. But today, when Lin Ling faced Dong Menhong, he only needed 1 arrow. The entire process didn't even take 3 months. This increase in cultivation level, this increase in strength, was truly too terrifying. This made Long Yang feel as though she had seen a god. Following that, endless regret filled her heart. She knew what kind of existence she had provoked. I thought I was clever, Long Yang muttered to herself. If she had a choice, she might have used that cup of apology wine to sever ties with Lin Ling forever. Unfortunately, she did think she was clever. Lin Ling walked over expressionlessly. You should know that if you harm me, Lin Ling, there will only be one outcome. You can resist now, but I don't think it will be of much use. This sentence sounded like he was talking to a friend, but it was mixed with indifference. Plot. Long Yang was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her beautiful face turning pale. Although Lin Ling's words were arrogant, they also represented the truth. She couldn't resist Lin Ling. Lin Ling had already arrived in front of Long Yang. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. His eyes showed no mercy as he wanted to kill her. But at this moment, desire surged into his mind, causing his expression to change. Get lost. I, Li Xiaoyao, have dominated the 9 prefectures and have been labeled as a monstrous genius. I can shock the heavens and the earth and make the gods cry. You want to control me with just a little poison. Sensing the terrifying desire, Lin Ling shouted angrily. However, his eyes gradually turned red as he stared at Long Yang maliciously. Long Yang's delicate body trembled as she subconsciously clasped her legs together. Long Yang, get lost. Lin Ling shouted angrily again. He was using his strong willpower to resist the desire of the god. However, this resistance was also gradually weakening. What made Lin Ling angry was that Long Yang was scared silly and didn't leave. Wasn't she forcing Lin Ling to leave? No, don't. Long Yang's eyes were already wet. She knew what was going to happen next. This was definitely the effect of the poison. She began to cry like a little girl. However, Lin Ling had already rushed over. What followed was a series of cries and moans. Lin Ling, don't. Long Yang's voice also gradually weakened. I will haunt you even if I become a ghost. She cultivated a taboo technique and had to maintain her virginity. However, today, all her previous efforts had gone to waste. Ultimate desolate body? You are cultivating the ultimate desolate body? Is this your secret? At this moment, Lin Ling said as he looked at the powerless beauty beneath him after a round of passion. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. Long Yang's body was extremely weak, but her voice was filled with hatred. This is all because you thought you were smart. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. If not for Long Yang harming him, Long Yang wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Furthermore, Lin Ling had resisted his desire with his willpower. At that time, Long Yang should have left immediately. If she stayed, and with the body of the #1 beauty of Tantric Buddhism, how could Lin Ling, who was overwhelmed by desire, resist? Since you won't let me off, I'll eliminate you by the roots. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. His principle was to treat others the way they treated him. He would not show mercy just because the other party was a beauty. His palm crazily grabbed Long Yang's abdomen, causing Long Yang to let out a painful cry. In her smooth abdomen, a jade white bone was pulled out by Lin Ling. My ultimate desolate body. Long Yang cried out in pain, as if she had encountered the most terrifying ordeal in her life. Furthermore, her painful voice sounded like she was about to cry. However, Lin Ling ignored her. When the jade white bone was pulled out, a massive force exploded, sending Lin Ling flying. Lin Ling, the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Long Yang's hair was disheveled. Using the explosive force, she ran into the distance. However, that voice was filled with hatred. It made one tremble in fear. And this was clearly a warrior's blood oath. Trying to escape? Lin Ling knew that if he allowed Long Yang to escape, there would be no end of trouble. Therefore, he immediately chased after her. Chapter 3099. Azure Dragon Hall Saint. Following that, a golden light shone in the sky, and a tall and sturdy old man with long golden hair appeared in the sky. He looked down at Lin Ling like a god. What was shocking was that the lower half of this old man's body was a huge snake tail, and his entire body was covered in golden scales. Scram! Lin Ling also saw that the person's cultivation was at the sage realm, and the sage light was extremely rich. But now, he couldn't care less because Long Yang was running further and further away. And that was indeed the case. Long Yang's clothes were disheveled and her delicate little face was filled with resentment. She was quickly disappearing into the sky. Today, the reason she had invited Lin Ling here was because of Lin Ling's dragon bones. Those dragon bones could rapidly increase her talent. Of course, she was a rational person. She had thought about this for a long time before she made this decision. In the end, she decided that if Lin Ling died, Xing Xiuyun might be furious. However, as long as she unleashed her outstanding potential, Xing Xiuyun would not dare to do anything to her. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she would never have thought that Lin Ling's past life was so terrifying. Not only did he cure her poison, he even broke through his realm in a short period of time. Who are you? How dare you speak to a saint like this? Saint, allow me to kill him and restore peace to the spirit province. At this moment, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a young man dressed like a child appeared, glaring angrily at Lin Ling. As far as he was concerned, the young man before him had simply rebelled because he actually dared to speak to a saint of the Azure Dragon Hall in such a tone. Lin Ling kept staring into the distance. Finally, when he saw that Long Yang had completely disappeared, his expression became even colder. I am Lin Ling, the person who will kill you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Lin Ling looked at the boy in the sky and slashed out. 30% of the demon sword step, in addition to the fusion of the 4 great dantians, attacked crazily. Previously, Lin Ling had been able to kill Dong Menhong with the help of the calamity-destroying Sun Bao because his cultivation had improved to the 8th layer martial immortal realm. Therefore, the power of this sword strike was even sharper than before. What arrogance! The boy didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, daring to kill him in front of a saint. He also used his full strength. Since he was able to become a servant of the Azure Dragon Hall, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. He was a first-layer half-saint. Unfortunately, this strength was simply not enough to look at Lin Ling. Huizi, be careful. The old man didn't care at first, but his expression suddenly changed because he felt that sword strike was extremely sharp. Lin Ling? You're Lin Ling from Tantra. Furthermore, he also realized what was going on. Lin Ling of Tantra? When the boy heard the old man's words, he immediately sobered up. Lin Ling of Tantric Buddhism had appeared out of nowhere. He could be said to be a big shot in the spirit state. He was the most famous person in the spirit state. However, they didn't expect that this big shot was actually so young. With a slash of the sword, the boy's head fell off. He didn't leave behind any words as his soul scattered. You killed him? The old man was stunned in the sky. Then he flew into a rage. I have no enmity with you. Why did you stop me? Don't you know that letting Long Yang go is equivalent to killing me? Hearing this, Lin Ling gave tit for tat. You killed Dong Menhong. He was an important person in the spirit state, so how can I let you go? Furthermore, you killed the boy in front of me. Do you think that the Azure Dragon Hall doesn't exist? The old man's snake tail started to sway, mixed with anger. As a member of the Azure Dragon Hall, they usually didn't care about the matters of the spirit state unless it was related to the Emperor's mandate. Currently, there were a few people who were most qualified to receive the Emperor's mandate, and one of them was Dong Menhong. Furthermore, Longyang was also one of them. Others didn't know that Longyang was cultivating a forbidden technique, but the Azure Dragon Hall knew. Furthermore, they had been quietly waiting for Longyang's technique to reach the ultimate desolate body. The ultimate desolate body was a talent that only appeared in the era of the gods. The word ultimate represented everything. In the entire 9 provinces, there were only a handful of people who had such talent. Therefore, Longyang had always been valued by the Azure Dragon Hall. It was just that ordinary people didn't know. Why didn't you speak up when they tried to harm me? However, Lin Ling raised his head fearlessly. At this moment he looked like Lin Ling, but more likely Xiao Yao. His gaze was full of disdain as he looked at the old man from the Azure Dragon Hall. And this kind of aura undoubtedly stunned the old man. This was because the young man in front of him had long hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were staring at him. Not only did he not show any respect or fear, but he looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. Does he know what kind of existence he is facing? The old man was somewhat tongue-tied. In the countless years in the spirit state, he hadn't met such a person in a long time. This was because even the giants of the Mi and Xian sects didn't dare to face him like this. Impudent. Even if you are a genius of the spirit state, if you can't obtain the recognition of the Azure Dragon Hall, you are just a fly. Sigh. But soon the old man shook his head. His eyebrows twitched, and a huge palm mixed with the aura of a saint grabbed at Lin Ling. However, at this moment, exclamations suddenly sounded. Senior Azure, wait. How dare you, old man? Fuck you. At first, the voices were somewhat polite, but the voices that followed were not polite at all. They directly cursed. Then 5 meteors shot over from afar, cutting through the sky of the spirit state. Countless warriors in the spirit state looked at the sky in admiration. They sensed that those 5 people were definitely the strongest emperors in the spirit state. Bang! At the same time, a fist quickly arrived, releasing the aura of a saint. It collided with the old man's palm, causing the latter's expression to change. Master Tantra? He never expected that killing a genius of the Tantra would attract the master of the Tantra. Moreover, the latter did not hesitate to attack him. One had to know that in terms of status, the Azure Dragon Hall was more sacred than the Tantra. It was just that they didn't care about the matters of the spirit state. Sorry. After the master of the Tantra attacked, he said coldly, "Are you crazy? You attacked the Azure Dragon Hall for a genius?" The old man seemed to still not believe everything in front of him. But then, something that almost drove him crazy happened right before his eyes. That was because the 4 heavenly kings had also arrived, and they were not as polite as the master of the Tantra. You touched my disciple. The fist with rolling constellation clouds blasted out. Bang! The fist smashed into the old man's face, causing the clouds behind him to explode. The old man's nose crooked, and he spat out blood. He pointed at the constellation clouds as if he wanted to say something. Obviously, he did not expect the 4 heavenly kings to be even crazier than the master of the Tantra and attack him directly. You all have rebelled. The old man shouted angrily, but just as he finished speaking, the other 3 heavenly kings also attacked. Their fists and feet collided, collapsing the sky. Rumble. The battle of saints shocked the entire spirit state, causing all the warriors in the spirit state to be dumbfounded. Boom! You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.